Hello and welcome everyone once again to now our home stretch of the LJL Summer Split 2020 playoffs. It all comes down to this. We're beginning our playoff run here. We're going to be having up first CGA versus Hawks Gaming. And what a road it has been. Before we even get into that game, it has been quite the split. I don't think anyone could have predicted how we got to this point. We have first and second seed held by V3 and Sengoku Gaming. Well, as it stands, DFM currently battling among the lower end here. They'll be our second series of the day, with DFM having a little bit of underperformances throughout this split, but ultimately there have been quite a number of upsets for this series, especially in the most recent 2 to 3 weeks, weeks 5 and 6. The Super Week definitely brought a lot of you had a lot of time in between where teams were adjusting, they were bringing new comps out, they were trying out new things, and it showed. It really showed what a lot of teams were able to make of that offseason. And then week 7, it still felt like we were unveiling, we were pulling the curtain back on some potentially great plays. And that only makes me more excited to get into these playoffs. I don't think we've seen everything that any of these teams has up their sleeves. CGA and Hawks Gaming up first. They're going to have quite a time to kind of pull their rabbits out of the hat, if you will, and show us what they got. And to speak a little bit on the teams themselves, I definitely think we're in for a pretty good match right away. The standings have been very, very close. Only wins to 2 wins. There was even a tiebreaker between Hawks Gaming and DFM to decide where they would end up on the split. And CGA did choose Hawks Gaming, and I do have my bracket predictions. So we do have that available for you guys. I did tweet that out earlier. I do have CGA as the favorites for this match. That isn't, of course, to knock anything onto the side of Hawks Gaming. I definitely think they're a consistent team to expect to do well in this tournament. I think Hawks Gaming overall has very solid game plans. I think they do an excellent job of great team fighting. They have very different styles throughout so many of their games. Dasher has been playing things like Oriana. You've seen him on Aurelia, Echo, Azir, all of these different picks that he is just kind of unveiling one at a time. So it's always exciting when you see players like that who are not limited by any sort of champion discrepancy. They feel like every champion that they can bring out, they will, and they're going to do just that. And for a team like Hawks Gaming that has kind of struggled a little bit at some of the earlier parts of this split, but definitely rallied back in the later weeks, I think it's going to be important that they keep that kind of energy going and they keep these picks always on your toes. Especially one thing that we've talked about all split long, and a thing that I've been trying to focus on immensely within the LJL, is drafting, the draft superiority, where we've seen a lot of teams just kind of sink their own ship in the drafting phase. Many a time we've had even the likes of DFM, Sengoku, have just picked comps that when you look at them on paper, you're wondering exactly what they're supposed to do. You get a couple of these pieces. Oh, we got a Renekton. Oh, we got a Callista. But in the weird isolation that they sort of find themselves, sure, they're good, but then you put them into the team comp and you're looking at all of the other, you're looking at the other damage carries, you're looking at the front line that they have to offer, and things just sort of fall apart from there. It's something that we've been seeing time and time again. So when you're talking about teams like Hawks Gaming and CGA, you're trying that many styles, you're dipping your toes in that many different pools. I would hope that Hawks Gaming have really learned a lot about what to expect on drafts, what is working, what isn't. We all have access to the same stats. And while I can't speak for what goes on in the coaching quarters of Hawks Gaming, we can, of course, look at their play throughout the split and really try to dive into what are these teams bringing back to the stage. What are we expecting to see coming to and fro from these teams? And when you watch a lot of these teams, one of the things that I think is very informative about Hawks Gaming, and when you're watching their play, there's two players that I always love to kind of highlight. And to start with one that's a little bit of a possibly slept on a pick is actually Honey. Honey has one of the best farm stats in the LJL by 15. He averages about 10.4 CS per minute, which is the highest of the LJL. I believe the second closest is 9.7. So when you're talking about a player that, while he may not be having these highlight performances, he's still putting up the numbers necessary, he's still putting in the work. But if you want to talk about a highlight player, I always look at Tussle. I think he is one of the best Lee Sins in the LJL. I think he's in contention for one of the better junglers, even to approach the LJL. I think he does an outstanding job of posturing himself well in team fights, finds so much value, and now that Lee Sin is sort of picking up a ton of value, and we're seeing Lee Sins show up into the meta a lot more frequently, that's something that you need to consider, because different jungle priority picks come out, but if Tussle is always able to play them effectively, it really pays dividends. And especially, he also has one of the better Volibear win rates in the LJL, and Volibear has been somewhat of a divisive pick where hyper prioritized in the drafting phase, but doesn't always seem to pan out the best, especially as a lot of teams were sort of playing it in a late game centric comp, where unfortunately Volibear just sort of falls apart at the later ends of the game. So I'm curious to see where they plan to go from here, and if Hawks Gaming has a good head on their shoulders from the jungle position, you have a good ADC to build a foundation off of. That's what I'm looking for out of Hawks Gaming. That's the kind of thing that I want to see Hawks Gaming pulling out. And especially Honey specifically, I almost want to compare him to Teddy of T1, and how a lot of times didn't need to win early on, he just needed to get to the point where if he's just ahead of the enemy laner, he's like, I haven't killed you at all, I'm just up about 10-20 CS. That could be potentially an item break point. That could be the difference maker in so many of these games. So definitely think that Hawks Gaming are going to be a team to be reckoned with. And we do, of course, have them running up against CGA. So their work is cut out for them as far as the team they're going to be playing into. I definitely think we're looking at a very spicy matchup, because both of these teams are somewhat weaker in the early game. And that's something that I want to pick at Hawks Gaming a little bit while we're still on that subject, is Hawks Gaming has always kind of been a team that they like to at least get the objectives that they're owed, and can sometimes be their own detriment. But they don't posture themselves as a very early game centric team. Neither of these teams really doing that. So that's another reason that I like Honey a lot in this matchup, is if you're talking about two teams that have very lackluster stats by 15 compared to some of the other teams in the LJL, if you're Honey in that game and you're saying, all right, we're just going to have this handshake, we're not going to do anything before 15 minutes, we're just going to kind of play slow, we'll just enjoy each other's company while we farm. If Honey's the one putting up the farm numbers, I'm taking him as far as which ADC is going to be on the map and active and really making a difference in these team fights come past 15 minutes, come past lane phase, and when we're looking at some of the early team fight and skirmishes. And speaking of team fights, CGA, the team fight warriors, they sort of are almost like an RPG character that you maxed out one stat and you just kind of, the rest will kind of come later. Where if if CGA can team fight, they can do amazingly. They have constantly been a team to be reckoned with in a team fight. And looking at some of their footage here, it shows just that. They have the teleports up and they're on the map, they're looking to try and just get out there early, you can guarantee that this is a team that will just, hey, we're agreeing to fight at 5 minutes? Cool, got it. Send in the cavalry, bring in the boys, and they will definitely engage on any 5v5 that they can constantly find themselves in. And of course, the standout player for CGA that we always look at has to be Arya. Arya has just been an absolute monster. He just does such an amazing job. Now, that isn't to say that Gango, of course, in his own right, is not also just an absolute standout player. I definitely think he's someone you can look at, but Arya has just been proving himself on champion after champion, time and time again. He has the stats to really show you exactly what he's made of on things from Silas to Kassadin to Akali. Just so many of these picks, he feels like he has all of the mechanics necessary. And when you're comparing him to somebody like Dasher, you can expect explosive matches in the mid lanes of both of these players that are just love to scrap, love to fight, and will try to make it at every opportunity they can. I could not think of a map that looks most at the mid lane as far as these two are going to be going at it, and these two are going to be going at it hard. One thing that I do think is a potential risk for CGA in this series, although I do have them at the favorites, is Unica. Unica, a little bit less experienced than Tussle in the LJL. He is not a bad player by any means. I don't want to sell him out at all. But there is a notion of he's just that little bit less experience, and if you're talking about mid jungle 2v2s where mechanics are being tested, you're putting everything on the line, I might want to hand that over to Hawks Gaming, and if it comes down to a jungle difference, it may just be that. So things to keep an eye out for in that one. Now, a potential weakness for Hawks Gaming that I think could be exploited by CGA is, of course, that top lane. Aramic has had a really rough split throughout most of the time there. There's been a lot of games where he has been severely picked on in the LJL. Just a lot of teams that can really focus down the top lane almost always seem to be trying to do just that against Aramic. Things like Kennen, he has been completely blown out of the water on. And it becomes hard when you're playing things like Kennen or other team fight oriented champions, but you're almost irrelevant by the time the team fights roll around. So that's sort of a risk that I always think about when I'm looking at Aramic, and Tussle definitely has what it takes to cover up for him or to even potentially get him ahead. But it will really come down to, are you setting up favorable matches for Aramic? Are you allowing him lanes that he can survive without just getting absolutely torn to shreds by the members of CGA? Or if we'll potentially see some maybe roaming mid laners. Arya had great performances moving around the map on Akali and other things like that. So if CGA are going to take the team fights to you, you had better be ready if you're Hawks Gaming. Now, if you are Hawks though, the longer the game goes on and you have all of these comps, you can really put it to the test of CGA having to follow through on that style. Now, I don't want to sell CGA as kind of one-trick ponies. I definitely think they're more than that, for sure. But there is, of course, that its team fighting has really been what works for them, especially against some of the other better teams. They did in the most recent weeks, once they knew their playoff spot was secured, they did try things like a little bit more sinful comps. We saw things like LeBlanc and all of that, but that will be questions for the draft as we get right into this one. It's going to be CGA versus Hawks Gaming. It's all going to come down to this. Playoffs are underway, and it's all going to start in draft. And right away, we're seeing a couple familiar faces, but a new one coming right out on the 10.16. Lilia going to be banned away. right off the bat, and it makes sense for CGA to be the ones banning that away. Very skirmish heavy champion. Lilia kind of postures herself enjoying times where it's just a couple of members and there aren't too many threats to Lilia in the meantime. So banning that one away kind of solidifies that CGA are saying, no, 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 no. No engagements unless they're 5-man engagements. That's the rules that they go by. And CGA have their first pick. There's a couple priority ones set, of course, as well as Karma. So they will be drafting up the set and passing over a couple potential picks. And so far, I like this one from Nap. I think Set is just a great champion to lock in right away. Postures himself very well in team fights, flexing between the top, mid, jungle, and even support role. He does it all. The man, the myth, the legend, Set. But Hawks Gaming going to be picking up Ashe and Volibear as the response. Fair response. That's sort of the trade-off if neither of these champions are banned, and usually it's hand in hand, right? If you're going to ban Set, you're usually going to evoke a Volibear ban immediately after. The question is, where will CGA go from here? And they have a great setup to go Jhin Karma if they really want to. Karma can posture very well in lane with Jhin, both poke-heavy champions. Very easy to get a Q off on Karma to set up the deadly flourish from the Jhin and then chase down from there. As well as just Jhin has been rising very heavily in popularity recently. There was, of course, that most recent update about his crit modifier to turret damage. But we'll see where CGA decide to go here from. I'm seeing the Renekton hovered here. And while we don't want to talk too heavily on hovers, it will be what they lock in. So CGA starting off on the right foot of that top lane. We just mentioned Aramic being a player you can kind of bully out. Looks like CGA want to do just that. So Hawks thinking about their next pickup here as we're going to back away from the champion select for just a moment. I'm sure it will be back shortly, so don't go anywhere if you are looking forward to that. And one thing that we have kind of noticed of recent times is we have not seen a lot of Caitlyn, and it's something that we have to kind of look into the other regions to really kind of get attention on the Caitlyn, and a lot of regions really put priority on Caitlyn specifically. I think that while Caitlyn is a very strong champion, it can be very annoying to lane into her. She's been receiving immense amounts of prio, and ultimately ADCs have slowly started to pick up a decent amount of priority going into these summer playoffs. So talking about both of those teams, looking at the LJL specifically, I wouldn't be surprised if Caitlyn is something that we see banned, even if teams can play into it. Jhin postures himself as a Caitlyn counter. That's one of the reasons that Jhin has really kind of started to come back into the meta, but Caitlyn just hasn't had her time in the sun. Art, I believe, was one of the only players that actually got his hands on Caitlyn during one of the week 6 games, if I am not mistaken. And he did make it look very good. He had a very standout play on it, showed us a little bit of Caitlyn mechanics as well. So an option to be explored, but one thing that does kind of worry about Caitlyn, and when you're talking about drafting in the LJL and things of that nature, is Caitlyn does require sort of ideal circumstances to get benefit past laning phase. You want a siege comp with Caitlyn, and it's somewhat difficult because not all of the frontline carries that are very popular in the LJL are very tanky. Sejuani has not picked up a whole lot of priority in the LJL. We've seen a lot of Sejuani is actually the tank that has actually seen the most amount of priority, and that isn't to say that Sejuani has been played a whole lot. It's a lot more sets, it's a lot more Volibears, and they sort of fall off in the later ends of the game, but by that point, Caitlyn, of course, if she doesn't have the room to do the damage that she needs to, it also sort of leans to her falling apart and having a little bit of decay. Even if her damage stays up, you need the time to do that damage, and you need to set up a good siege That isn't to say that it's not possible. We've seen Maokai's show up, and I think Maokai is a champion that postures amazingly with a Caitlyn. You want a hyper tank that can control a decent amount of zone. There are, of course, a couple other mages that can definitely work with that, some defensive picks, but with the popularity of Kennen, an all-in style champion, Renekton, things of that nature, Caitlyn's position in the meta sort of can be hard to really get out and find value, but we'll see how things go for the rest of the draft while we're still just waiting for things to get underway. I will bring you back over. Hello, I'm back again, your LJL caster. But while we are kind of just waiting for the matches to get underway here, no real, not entirely sure about the timing, but we will get that to you shortly. One of the things that, while I was going back and I was doing a bit of VOD review on the LJL, is when I look at CGA and I watch them play, and especially the way they conduct themselves in the early game, I'm almost reminded of like a 2019 SKT, where they're very, very team fight oriented. They love to have those trigger pull opportunities. If you botch it engage, the team fight re-engage is just always very solid. But their laning is sort of lackluster, just not a whole lot of activity and no desire to really be active early on. And the only reason that I think that is potentially a downside or potentially a weakness that CGA has is it limits your jungle pool very heavily. Things like Nidalee are not going to see that much value if you're not looking to fight. Olaf, Rek'Sai even, who has been showing up a couple times in the meta of a couple other regions. When you're talking about those picks that you want to see, we want to see, you know, we want to see some early action. CGA just haven't had as much success on that, and that's almost why I think this split has benefited CGA more than the spring split, is just that jungle meta diversity of, we got the Jarvans, Elises, things of that nature that are like, hey, let's fight early and often. CGA just kind of didn't really benefit that. It's very not in their style and forced them out of their comfort zone. Now that they're sort of in their comfort zone and we're here back on, you can take your time. You can play a set jungle and just get a couple tank A items and, you know, just play defensively for your lanes. Or you can play things that plan to scale into the later ends of the game. There's options in aplenty for that. Now, I do think it's very interesting to talk about CGA and their later ends of this game. You know, you can know what to expect, and objective control does kind of tend to trip them up a little bit at times. But it's sort of a thing that we've seen overall in the LJL, really, is the timing on objectives and when you need to be setting up vision can somewhat be exploited on both sides because it runs really, really close. You know, your wards only last so long, and so you want to set them up as close to the objective time as you can, but there's a game of chicken there. And I think that Hawks Gaming have room to punish in doing that if they can keep pace with the rest of the team. And one thing that I also am curious about is we did see the Ashe draft up right there. It's going to be Ashe into Jhin. I don't think CGA... I don't think Gengo is that type of bully. You know, I don't look at Gengo and I don't think to myself, and he can. Don't get me wrong, he can. He does pull out the Draven from time to time. I think that was one of his like week 1 games where he got to pull out Draven and he, you know, had a time with it. I think he went lethality. And that was actually a very interesting game for CGA because we saw the Draven come out and it didn't even get all that much value in lane, but it was sort of this, it was sort of turned on its head where the rest of the game was spent focusing top, mid, and jungle. and they were sort of playing around that side. So Gengo was picking the Draven purely for self-sufficiency, and then can kind of get involved in plays by just throwing up the ultimate, just throw it across the map. Jhin sort of does that a little bit, although a little bit more meta mainstay nowadays at least. Curtain Call does a great job of that. Deadly Flourish does a great job of catching, and we did see the Renekton draft up as well, so you can sort of play those two together. You can really work those angles. And I'm really curious to see, how CGA posture themselves. You give him a utility champion early that can scale up towards the later end once he gets a couple items under his belt. I really like Jhin in this kind of a comp. It was an early Renekton, and that's always something that you need to watch out for, but there aren't a whole lot of top laners that are very, very safe, and if you can force a top laner onto a pick like Mordekaiser or any of these other just kind of like, I'm here for the split push, boss, punching in my card in the side lanes. That's a great way to start picking on Aramic and really battering him down early on, so I'm very curious to see what the response is going to be, but I think we might have had a slight DC. I am listening very lightly onto what the LJL casters are trying to feed into my ears. So we did have a slight DC. We will be back again shortly, but in the meantime, thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you stay hydrated and the like. And we're right back into the draft. All right, here we go. I'm going to be flicking back over for you guys. So, draft still continuing here. Was the Zoe that was locked in for Hawks Gaming, and right now Hawks Gaming looking at a pretty decent catch comp. You have Ashe, Zoe, work very well together, and still hold a decent amount of mystery as to what the rest of their comp can really do. And I really like what they have set up so far, but you can see the Akali ban coming out. Hawks Gaming likely going to be banning Sylas out as well, because there are just some picks you don't want to let Arya onto, and understandably so. He can be an absolute monster in so many fights, so yeah, as the Sylas ban does come in, CGA banning away the Kennen. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mordekaiser ban. If you can force Aramic onto something like an Aatrox here, that is golden for CGA. You want to force Aramic onto a fighter. You want to force Aramic into something that if he does not go toe-to-toe with Renekton and come out on top, it is going to be a very rough time in the later ends of this game. But it looks like Hawks Gaming will be eyeing up their support pick first off. I don't 100% like the Leona here. You already have lane, like a ranged engage with arrow, with bubble, and you can kind of just fish with those. The all-in of the Leona is a little bit interesting, especially with Thresh and things like that being so popular in the LJL, but Pooh, of course, does really like his Leona, and I'm curious to see what Arya is hovering here. A couple mid laners being flashed, and it will be Syndra that will be locked in, and Syndra's also somewhat of an interesting one. Syndra in isolation can kind of push away the bear, push away Leona, and keep your comp safe, but as it stands right now, Renekton is the one that wants to be going in, and with a Trundle locked in as well, it looks like the set will be flexed into the support position. It's going to be a Trundle in the jungle. Well, Hawks Gaming, maybe it is going to be the Volibear in the top lane. Lee Sin being hovered. It's like I mentioned, Tussel's signature pick. I'd love to see him on it. Throw down the gauntlet, give us that execution test, and Tussle looks like he wants it. He will be locking in the Lee Sin here for the jungle. So our comps are set. CGA and Hawks Gaming going to be going at it, and this is actually a matchup in the jungle specifically that we've seen before, and when Trundle was a little bit more popular and was sort of overestimated, it was very Trundle favored, but a lot of junglers have really figured out how to play around it. They figured out how to bully him out early and to make Lee Sin sort of clown Trundle. So if there's any Lee that I expect to be getting this job done, it's gonna be Tussle. And I really do look forward to seeing him try to do just that. We load in to the Rift here. We'll be taking another quick break before we get into that one. And your lineups are here. We have Nap, of course, in the top lane, Unica in the jungle, Arya in the mid lane, Gango on AD, and Grendel in support versus Aramic in the top lane of Hawks Gaming with Tussle in the jungle, Dasher of mid lane, Honey and Pooh bringing up the ADC and support role. And looking, and just to give a quick post-draft prediction, I think I have to kind of favor Hawks Gaming here. One of the things that has sort of been a downfall of a lot of LJL teams is sort of getting caught. And if you're talking about trying not to get caught against Ashe Zoe, that's a hard ask. But also on the side of CGA, Syndra doesn't really like her position here. Was sort of partially validated by the Lee Sin pickup of Tussle. But you had better be quick on the trigger, because if that's really your only target that you're trying to flay away and create space for, where if Jin ever gets engaged on, he most likely goes down, any bubbles or anything like that. And the rest of the fight can really fall apart in Hawks Gaming's favor if CGA don't find a solid engage, or just a catch to lead things off if you can find it off the back of a Jin, W, curtain call shot, things of that nature. The room for error on both of these teams is minimal, because both of these teams will happily punish, catch, and run down anyone who steps too far out of the line. And we're looking at the stats here. This is sort of what I was talking about earlier. Just not the strongest by 15 stats in the business. So you can expect a somewhat lack action early game, a little bit of lull state possibly, and around objective timers we might see a little bit of action. If CGA decide they want to turn into a 5v5, they absolutely will, and they will have no issue doing it. So it's up to Hawks Gaming to see if they really want to try and contest every objective, or if you maybe want to pass some over and wait till the later ends of the game. I do think another sort of potential risk for CGA is that you did draft up the Trundle, but there aren't a whole lot of tanks on the side of Hawks Gaming. Especially Volibear would be the one that is the tankiest, but his ultimate doesn't give him any resistance stats. It only gives him HP. He's kind of a stat stick in that regard. So it's not worth casting the subjugate on him always. He's kind of just the best target to make the best of a bad situation. But we'll see how things go. We do have potential for both of these teams to be coming up here, and I think the first game will definitely be indicative. On draft, like Hawks Gaming, I do have CGA as the favorites overall. I just think Hawks Gaming's comp is a little bit more solid. It just comes down to a question of how much will that really matter. And CGA, of course, hasn't looked the most solid in the most recent weeks. They did accrue a couple odd losses where they just looked asleep at the wheel, but that isn't to say that Hawks Gaming has not done the same. Even in their last match, I think it was week 5, CGA got a couple early plays going. They had multiple members teleport down for like a team fight. They got 2 kills, and then Hawks Gaming kind of just rolled over and died. It was like a 9-0 stomp at one point where CGA almost perfect gamed them. But with tools like Ash Arrow, like Zoe Bubbles, your catch is there. You have potential. Just will be a question of if Hawks Gaming is able to deliver and if they're able to keep their heads above the water, should CGA try to smother them early. I do worry as well about the top lane matchup. Aramik has had a mixed bag of success over the course of a lot of these splits. And I definitely think he has what it takes to make lanes work for him and to really elevate his play. It just... Oh, I always worry, because we have seen some miserable games from Aramik of playing things like Cannon and just getting absolutely bullied out. So it will just come down to, if jungle attention is sent topside early, what can Tussle really do to kind of protect his top laner? While we are just waiting for the load in here, I'm going to go ahead and just go radio silent for the last little bit. We do have a slight pause, and my throat is... Actually, I'll stick around for you guys. I'll stick around. This is playoffs after all. This is tournament life on the line. This is your split life. You want a chance of going to Worlds, this is your ticket. And relatively speaking, I wouldn't say that I'd be the most happy with Hawks Gaming if they were the world's showboat. They were the ones that ended up making it all the way. I think it can be done. I definitely think it can be done. And if props to Hawks Gaming, if you make it through this gauntlet and you run all the way to the top and you take down every team along the way, then I suppose you do deserve it. But CGA, Sengoku, V3, just some heavy hitters that you're gonna have to make it through along the way. And of course, we do have here the rise of Sona Lux. One of the only games that Sona Lux actually got a win off was OG versus Mad, which was a pretty decided match before you even begin. I don't think that the Sona Lux was really what made Mad Lions take that one home. The C9 TL game was very close, and you could argue that there were some mistakes made on the end of C9 that if they didn't make, they could have brought it home. If you want a personal opinion, I think Sona Lux is an absolute bait. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in the LJL, but I think the execution barrier is wildly high. It is just a ton of counters that once you ban away like 3 of them in the first half, the enemy team is going to have a decent idea that you're wanting to pull it off, and it's so easy to pick apart and dismantle thereafter. Things like Blitzcrank, completely dismantle it. You could ban away things like Shen or Hecarim or any of the other fighters that you want Sona Lux to really pair with. So if you want to try and pull it off, by all means, I just don't think it is going... I think it's such a bait. I think it is one of those... works in theory, and if you're writing it out on paper, you might be able to argue its success. It just doesn't always come to fruition, but we'll load into the match here.
LJL 2020サマースプリットプレーオフラウンド1マッチ1ゲーム1クレストゲーミングアクト VS 福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングスタートです。さてまず
Alright, and as we're loading in here, fairly traditional runes up and down the rift, nothing you would see out of the ordinary, but one thing I do want to look at immediately is Arya going for cleanse and not opting into the teleport. Taking phase rush as well means no teleport on deck for the Syndra, and that might mean that CGA kind of knows that it's going to be a little bit of a farm game early on. Of course, it does mean Dasher has advantage by taking teleport in the first place, but it's not exactly like Syndra as a champion you look at as a very roam-heavy champion. It's never going to be a position where Syndra is running up and down the rift. Usually you will see teleports in from the side of CGA. But I'm curious to see what they're going to be pulling out with that one, as if it does come down to a farm game, wouldn't be a bad position for either side. You can definitely wait a bit towards the later ends of the game and kind of try to play out from there, but looks like in the modeling, just a little bit of scrapping, just some light love taps as both junglers starting on their respective bottom sides here, but immediately Unica's going to be trying to level of that jungle advantage, going to be going buff to buff. Have a ward on the Hawks Gaming's red, so you will know that Tussle is going for the 3 camp, trying to get to 3 before he transfers sides here, and this will mean that Unica has a little bit of opportunity to look at this top lane if they want to gank Aramic early, but he's getting the lane in, he can bounce, he can't actually go for a cheater recall here if he wants to. He got a very early shove with the benefit of that passive on the Volibear. You get those extra lightning autos to help clear out the wave. If you're just standing there auto-attacking it for now. Recognizing the lane states though, Unica is pathing back towards the bottom side, and if we are going to enjoy a bit of a lull state in the meantime, I definitely want to kind of look at Volibear in the LJL and talk about, because I have been outspoken about how I am not a huge Volibear fan. I think a lot of teams look at Volibear like this godsend champion, and it's just, I think he is wildly over-prioritized. But more specifically, I think in the LJL, a lot of teams have kind of played with Volibear as if he is like an engage champion, when he really just kind of isn't. Volibear is just not a champion that can engage on his own. He needs something else to set him up. So I'm really excited to see Hawks Gaming. Hold on a minute, Grendel might be biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Whiffing that engage was actually so bad, his phase rush might not save him. But Pooh will be forced back. Gonna pop the heal to make sure he lives out on that one. Gango not close enough for an auto, as he will force Honey to maybe have flash here. No, gonna be able to get away in the end. That was a dangerous position for Grendel. Luckily, Unica was able to show up for that one. Honey had to tank the Deadly Flourish for his support if he wanted them to live, but as health pots are being popped on both sides, Honey has a couple biscuits as well, so not too worried. Grendel really is just going to need to rely on his passive for a little while to help regen some of that HP. So we're just still enjoying a little while longer of a lull state. Like we mentioned, these are just farm-oriented teams. No action before 15 minutes would be the perfect day for both of these teams, as it's very, very lazy Sundays. If you are in Japan time, of course, it is actually Sunday. Still about to hit 10 p.m. over here for the U.S., California, West Coast viewers. So if you guys are tuning in from the U.S., thank you all very much for putting in these late night grinds. That said, though, with Hawks Gaming, just kind of a couple summoners burned is not a bad position to be in. Still a little bit hard to force with Grendel on Hex Flash. Isn't very hard to counter that out with just a little bit of vision, but hold on, Tussle might be the one who's getting found out in a vision game of his own. He should be able to just retreat out of this one before Grendel can get there in time. No real worry about being knocked down there. And for now, Hawks Gaming are just totally content to just continue the farm game. One thing I do kind of want to circle back to with the point about Volibear is, in this comp, if Hawks Gaming have figured out how to play Volibear, that will be huge for Hawks Gaming. You have other ways to be getting engages off. You don't need to rely on just running the Volibear forward and hoping for the best. We've seen time and time again, Volibears just get absolutely nuked before they can even pop their ultimate. Or just Volibears having to ulti in and then the rest of the team not being in a position to follow up. But with both top laners on level 6, Aramic might be going for an all-in here. Nap's going to be the one to start this off. No heal cut on the side of Nap means he won't be able to deter the extra W healing. So popping ultimate there, Armik actually finds himself in a great spot. Having ult advantage, you don't need to get more aggressive than that, but it will help Nap shove in the lane and should be able to get a back off for it. While the rest of CGA are wandering up here, Tussle needs to be careful even playing on this side of the map, as it looks like Arya did snipe away one of the Krugs. They're going to throw it into the Baron pit, going on a little bit of a journey. That's a very fast Rock, going to be making his way back over. He's going the distance. He is speed incarnate, and he will make his way back to his home. Sniping away the big one as well means that camp won't reset, so Tussle will need to go back over for it if he wants to keep that side of the map on this similar timer. But hold on, Gengo's going to be the one landing a deadly flourish there, as the kite out might mean Grendel goes down. He has a lot of grip, but Honey gets kind of hung out to dry here. He'll be the first blood, as Gengo's going to find that one there. Dasher going to have an exhaust off onto the AD there. Not a whole lot of options for Gengo there, and it does look like Pooh picked up the kill on the other end there. But now, on the other end of things, it's a 1 for 2 at the end there. Sorry, I didn't realize my taskbar was up there. But ultimately a fine play for Hawks Gaming, and we'll watch this one more time. As the Hex Flash goes in, Grendel's kind of being very aggressive and whiffing the Facebreaker here. A lot of damage that can go back forward. Little bit of eyes on the prize from Pooh there, kind of lets Honey in a bad position. Pops the cleanse for that little bit of extra move speed so that he can knock down Honey. And unfortunately, Hawks Gaming were the ones that were first to the punch here. This is sort of what we talked about. Arya with no teleport means he is nowhere near that fight. And Dasher is more than happy to head on down there while the blue buff transfer was going off on the other end of things. Is a little bit, hopefully, a check for Grendel to stop being so aggressive in lane. Jhin can be a bully, but it's not the best position if your bullying ends up knocking you down. Fortunately, Gengo does get the kill, and that does mean he gets a BF sword, and he already has his tier 2 boots. The downside is that in the mid lane, Dasher just got a little bit ahead and already grabbing up Merc Treads. Means he's in no real threat from Arya. He can play out the lane fairly safely, and he can focus on just getting up towards his damage items. Unica's going to run down here and pop the Rift Herald over. Should be a nice little chunk of gold over the CGA, and Hawks Gaming for now giving them a good amount of respect by backing away here. Tussle on the other end of the map means charge will go off. Gold over to Gengo, Grendel, and a little bit to Unica for, of course, spawning up that Rift Herald. Well, Dasher's just going to try to shove it in the mid lane here. Now, once again, this is just going to sort of be lackadaisy early. I definitely think that fight at all was more just Grendel being way more aggressive than he should. He got away with it once, and I was actually surprised he tempted fate for the second time. There is a decent amount of vision. Nap should be finding one ward. No, he's not going to check it, so pink wards held by Hawks Gaming on decent ends of the map. What should give them info on Unica if he shows up in this top side anywhere. For now, of course, a 1 for 1 on the objective trades. The Cloud Drake trading over for the Rift Herald that Unica got will mean a slight gold advantage over to the side of CGA. Especially when you don't have to rotate any members over for it. That's the best real value you can get out of a Rift Herald at this point in the game. But we'll see if Hawks Gaming are thinking about moving over to the spot lane. There's a decent amount of vision, and with the lane shoved up, CGA taking a good amount of reproach to be backing away there. As we continue to just kind of wait out most of this early game, nothing that you can really, nothing to really fear as far as you don't need to worry about any members of CGA getting too uppity. The engage ranges are fairly short, but Dasher's the one who's thinking about going for one of his own. As there's 4 members strong here. The Deadly Flourish will land on Honey, but rightly sniffed out by CGA that might not have been an engage you can take right away. And they'll be backing away from that play. Not going to opt into that one. But the Mountain Drake is, of course, what is on CGA's mind. They're trying to work their way over to it. Nap waiting in the wings with a teleport. Armic does not have teleport. So advantage to CGA if a fight breaks out. And Hawks Gaming smartly going to be backing away from that one. And this is something that I love to see coming out of the LJL, and both of these teams giving the correct amount of respect over. Both of these teams knowing that they can just hands off, back off. We don't have teleport advantage. We're already in an okay spot. We don't need to get too forceful. I like that awareness from Hawks Gaming, and that will mean that Infernal Soul is going to be hitting the Rift here. That's going to be a valuable one that both teams want, but Tussle's in a bit of a harrowing position here. Grendel could easily flash the wall over. But they're not going to be going for that play just yet, as Arya is going to eat another huge Paddle Star. Dasher might just go for the solo here. Ultimate already committed from Arya. Flash forward kick will be the combo, as Tussle's going to pick that one up. Teleport comes in from Nap. He should be able to get onto him, but immediately going to be forced to flash away. The Crystal Arrow will connect. Nap might be going down, but a huge face breaker combo is going to be coming in. Tussle's going to find the kill onto Nap, and now Grendel and Unica are not going to be able to deter this play any longer. Hawks Gaming are on the retreat now. They can back away, but the curtain call needs to be tanked up by someone. Dasher's going to pop a flash that he picked up on the floor, but that's going to be a great fight from Hawks Gaming. Beautiful stuff from them. What should have been potentially just a solo from Dasher in the mid lane actually goes wildly better in their favor. Dasher just getting such better end of the early parts of this one. Arya eats that spell. You have Ghost, pop it, run at him. Arya throws down the overwhelming force to try and get him down, but Tussle leaves no room to chance, flashes in, gets the kickoff, and Nap sort of gets baited in here. He's teleporting in. He's thinking that he might be able to trade one over, but it just doesn't quite come together. Your carry is a lot further away than their carry, and this was just Hawks Gaming a little bit more aware to the play. Possibly some good communication coming out from Hawks Gaming. Will net them their advantage, slowly pulling it back onto their side, 1-4 so far here, as well as Tussle picking up 2 of those kills. Starts to set him in a good position now. I'm a little bit thinking that Hawks Gaming might be showing up a bit more prepared, as Ari's going to eat a huge chunk here. In the battle of the sort of team fighters and the laners, right now it feels like Hawks Gaming are the one that wants to be the birds of prey early on here, but Arya is just not enjoying this lane one bit. And it's always sort of hard to see that when you're when you're playing Syndra. This was the pick that you wanted into Zoe. And right now Dasher has pretty much all of the pressure in the world to be aggressive, as Tussle's clearing the camp out on the other side here. Dragon's Rage is back up, so they could even potentially look for a play, but Nap is already rotating down. Might be CGA who want to start things off, as Tussle's going to go for a scrap with Unica, but meanwhile on the bottom side of things, Deadly Flourish landed. Gango's going to be going for a play. Grendel finds a great face breaker, but ultimately kind of dooms himself to his demise on going for it. You don't have Aftershock. You are not that tanky once you go for that face breaker. You do get the teleport out of Aramic to even go for that play, but that's just another death for Grendel. And slowly the gold lead is starting to pile up for Hawks Gaming. CGA, good play to trade over for this Rift Herald immediately after. Once you see Aramic leaving the top side, and Tussle was already kind of down there scrapping as well. Not a bad position, but I'm curious to see if the dive might be something that they want to look at here. As you can see, Tussle already on his way down, waiting in the bush. They don't know he's here. If he leaves it on either side, they will of course spawn him out, but we'll see if that's a play. Pooh can easily get aggressive and start clearing out some of the vision. Tussle will show his face to clear out that ward. This will give them enough pressure to look at this turret. I'm wondering if they're going to try and force it. A lot of HP still on the turret, so it's a hard ask to knock it all the way down. And knowing that Hawks Gaming are just going to be backing away from that one. Reset, 30 seconds on an Infernal Drake that Hawks Gaming definitely want to be packing.
ですけど、ちょっと予想以上の戦果というのを上げられていないような状況にはなってますね。
Infernal Drakes as well in this game are just so valuable. For champions that have very front-loaded damage profiles like Jhin, like Zoe, it is a huge benefit to just add to the one-shot potential of a Zoe, add to just those situations that Jhin finds himself where he's using RFC to just pop one shot on you and run away really quickly. Then once he gets to Infinity Edge and every shot starts critting, stacking up those Infernal Drakes works well for both of those champions, but Hawks Gaming are the one inside track to it for now as Dasher just trying to wander up and down here. Gonna eat a stun from Arya. Will sidestep the W in the end, but Unica's gonna go over here, pop the pillar there as he can't quite find his way onto them. The charge might knock down the mid lane turret, and it will force the rest of Hawks Gaming to answer. That's a huge paddle star. Gango already about half HP. Honey's rotating over. Not a whole lot of mana on Honey, which is somewhat of a worry. If they go for a team fight, he'll need to hold on to some of that mana for volleys or even a crystal arrow as he's running quite low, but with Gango being on low HP, it looks like they are going to pass over the Drake for now, giving that one over to Hawks Gaming. They're going to be 2-1 on the Drake count, and we'll continue our little bit of lull state just a bit while longer while Hawks Gaming. You can't complain about the situation you're in. You're almost about a little over 1,500 gold advantage. 1 Drake advantage. Both Rift Heralds already expended, so the worst is over. As well as Aramek got to pick up an entire turret by himself in the top side. So that's a lot of gold in his back pocket. That means he can be a tank that he can be the tank that he needs to. That means he has so much potential to be a frontline operator. Does mean Unica gets a little bit more value out of Subjugate, but Aramek is more than happy to tank it now. If the stats you're stealing don't make a difference, it just kind of puts him on gold par with the rest of the game pace. So I definitely think CGA kind of need to either start grouping up and looking for fights. Unless Dasher's going to be the one looking for a fight right away, that's going to be a sleepy trouble bubble landed. But it's not going to spell trouble for CGA as they're teleporting in. Pooh might be the target. A beautiful flash to avoid the face breaker there, but the stun will come in. The dunk will follow it up. Will he be able to get out of there? He pops the Dawnbreaker, but the Solar Flare is not going to be enough. Will be knocking him down in the end. A great catch on a support is Dasher. Beautiful Zhonya's, but now Gango's time for an auto, a W. No, just one more crit shot. That'll be Dasher going down, playing a little bit too far up. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, Hawks Gaming are going to trade for a turret and maybe two, as Aramek has just kind of been enjoying his time off in the side lanes free farming. 2 kills for 2 turrets? Will break you even if you are Hawks Gaming, so not a bad deal, but definitely Dasher didn't quite need to go down there. So, whoa, that's going to be Unica narrowly avoiding a crystal arrow off of that flash. We'll watch this one more time. This was Dasher kind of playing a little bit more aggressively than he should on 3 members, maybe feeling himself just a little bit too hard. As it looks good, I honestly like everything about Hawks Gaming as they played this on the retreat. They almost make it out. But at that point, there was no way he was going, and Dasher does his best to try and sidestep everything. He goes in for just what I would just call meaningless poke. You're never killing anyone there, and you're never going to make your way back to that turret against 5 members. So Dasher, maybe a little bit of a reality check right there, and hopefully something that will stay checked as we're moving into the later portions of this game. And while we are just waiting for the rest of the match to really get underway, I think now that we've reached this 20-minute mark, we haven't seen a whole lot of team fighting. It's now the question we want to start asking is, what does an ideal fight look like for CGA? How are you even setting these up? As I don't think this is an ideal one, as Unica popped himself right over the wall there. Tussle gonna be going onto him, but Unica's gonna go golden only long enough to die to A Paddle Star as it's landed in there. Jungler for jungler so far as Pooh's looking for a retreat there. Stun landed, but he can't get over the wall. He's got a flash for it. That's going to be Honey going down. The heal not going to save him. As now Nap is all in onto Dasher. Will be able to pop the picked up Bork active there. Not over the wall, but Armik might be going down for that one. No, will mean his flash burns as well. The Deadly Flourish lands. He should just be able to walk out to safety. That was sort of an awkward fight that CGA kind of found themselves in. They found the benefit of, in the end, was a 2-for-1 at the end of all of that. Was sort of just Unica popped himself into a weird position. Luckily for Arya, he did have flash and he was able to make it over the wall, but that was a lot of flashes burned on both sides. Nap, Arya, Dasher, Aramic, and Honey, all burning their flashes here. So Unica, maybe not expecting the blast cone to be there, accidentally kicks on to that one. While Honey pops the arrow in, Unica actually gets so much HP, just like very slowly over the course of that fight. And then Arya had a lot of time to think about if he wanted to go for this flash. And just one extra sphere was all it took. The last sphere knocks him down. Don't need Infernal Drakes if you're just one-shotting 80 carries, as Syndra often loves to do, but Honey should be looking at some magic resist here shortly, as a lot of that threat is coming from Arya onto him. The burst potential just so high. But that's sort of a hard fight for Hawks Gaming to even be taking. You thought it was really just a one-off catch, but you're that close to so many members of CGA, you can't be risking it. Now you're drawing them out of their home. Now you're drawing them into the base. Tussle, I like everything about what you wanted to do there. Trying to find a Gango out. If he finds that, it's such a good pick. But he is the last remaining member of CGA to actually have his flash. Grendel, of course, cheating the system a little bit there, but Hawks Gaming starting up the Drake here. 4k HP, but it's going to take a reset. Gonna get a little annoyed that so many members are picking on him, while Pooh's gonna have to pop his W here. Pops a Stoneblade as well. We'll keep him alive. Aftershock gonna be putting in a decent amount of work too, but Nap's already popped the Dominance. He's waiting for an opportunity over the wall. And Hawks Gaming might be forced to give this one up, as it's just too awkward to try and get back in. Paddlestar gonna land on a Grendel and a Sonic Wave to finish him off. What a great pickup from Hawks Gaming, is now that the CGA knows they're going to chase them back into their own jungle. Armik is just waiting in the wings. He's trying to see where he can get in. He's going to pop the ultimate there. So he's trying to find a way forward here. Crystal Arrow's going to snipe Gango, but not in any real threat right now. Paddlestar's trying to find their way forward, but the rest of the fight is going to be Hawks Gaming on the retreat here. As Tussle's going to be forced to flash there. You can't combine the E-trap damage with that fourth shot. So rightly flashes away in time. And that's going to be, once again, just a little 1-for-1. The Drake's going over the way that CGA will benefit from. Drake count being kept even. And both teams are very nervous about just giving up more than they want. Hawks Gaming kind of got checked by that last fight. Your confidence not feeling all there. You're saying, all right. We may have been doing well early, but now it's starting to even up. Now CGA are starting to pull ahead. We really need to batten down the hatches here. So they play that one a little bit safer. And I do like that Aramic is kind of all-inning on armor here. It is a little bit interesting to go for no magic resist, as Arya already has Void Staff into the only magic resist wielder really being Dasher. So it's a little bit interesting to go for the Void Staff right away. But it will, of course, receive a little bit of value later when, of course, Honey is like building things like QSS and Merc Scimitar, so he has a little bit of extra magic resist. Of course, there is also Dasher going for the Morellonomicon with, there's a couple healing members on the side of CGA. Does have slightly more magic resist than Hawks Gaming has, so not the ideal position to be in, but not a bad one by any means, as right now Baron Vision Security is going to be on the menu for Hawks Gaming. They're moving as 5. This is, or 4 at least. This is exactly what you need to be doing, as Armic's teleport is coming up. You can move him into a fighting position if you need to. If CGA are the ones looking for a fight opportunities, Unica's just, yeah, I was gonna say, that is not a ward you get to go for right away. He's gonna force a flash out there. Nap popped Dominus on the other end of the map, but it will get value as Pooh's gonna get found out here. Stoneplate and Flash gonna be burned. Don't think Pooh has anywhere to really run here. He'll just be knocked down. The catch from CGA just a little bit stronger. And that was just sort of Pooh getting disconnected from his team, but it will mean that CGA are looking to start up the Baron. Aramic is just enjoying his time split pushing, saying, I'll try to trade what I can, but the teleport's going to be coming in. They're converging 5 onto him. That's going to be a huge party that he's going to find himself in as he's going to ulti out here. Going to be throwing the ultimate there. Oh, what a kick from Tussle. Going to find so many members, but nothing that can be capitalized off of as Honey was just a little bit too far away. CGA. I talked about it time and time again. CGA stands for Combined Group Assault, and the team fight coming out from CGA just does so much there. Beautiful bait from onto Aramic. Once he teleports into a bad spot, Hawks Gaming are left to scramble to try and pick up the pieces. And it ends up benefiting CGA. They will be able to grab up Baron here. They will be able to take a 3k gold advantage going into this Baron play. And this will be CGA's chance to really kind of hammer home a lead. So we're going to watch the resets come out here. This was CGA playing it by the books. You find a catch based off of the Jhin. And what we just talked about moments ago, where Aramic had no magic resist, Arya, recognizing the situation, says, you don't want to buy magic resist? Allow me to show you why you should. As Pooh, yeah, kind of got in a rough spot dancing in between 2 points there where he got disconnected. This was just a fine catch from CGA that Hawks Gaming kind of needed to just say, all right, well, not an ideal position. And then in the attempt to kind of deter the Baron, the teleport comes in, and you want the big boy flank, you want the big playmaking, but it unfortunately just means that Aramic gets found out with no value, and I love that kick, knocks up all the key members, but unfortunately, nothing that you can do. You're kicking outwards, and your front line is already gone, which means Honey has nothing to stand behind. Will mean that CGA are finding the lead for now as Aramic died again somehow. We didn't even get to see it while we were watching the replay happen. But Aramic going down there means, again, same thing, no front line. Hawks Gaming are going to need to make it work as CGA might be looking for a game end here. They're pushing it in. The teleport's coming in. Nap's going to be showing up here. Tussle's going to eat the ultimate from the Syndra, but he will be living out for now. Stoneplate already popped. Hawks Gaming are going to need to find their rallying cry here. Honey going to eat a huge amount of damage, but he will be alive for now. The dunk's going to come in. The facebreaker's on. Honey's barely living, but will go down in the end as Unica's going to find his way onto him. Now the fight is on, and Nap's going to go golden just to try and buy himself enough time, but the Nexus is going to be the target. CGA have just found their win as Gango puts one more auto into that win. CGA taking game 1 of this series. Honestly, it was exactly what you'd expect from CGA. If you're not team fighting, CGA are not winning, but the second they do, everything starts to look more solid. There's just this uncanny ability that CGA have to group up as 5, bring the boys in, and it ends up being CGA taking home game 1. So good stuff to them. They're going to be going up in the lead here. We're going to be taking a quick break while we wait for the next game. I'm going to go get water and everything. So we have a long day ahead of us. Don't go anywhere if you guys are enjoying this stream. I am Dr. No. I do all the LJL casting as per the usual. If you guys are interested in following, I would really appreciate it. We did just crest over the 50 follower mark, so might be looking to do this a bit more often and getting more content on the way for you guys. All of that being said, though, thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
ただこの CGA の動きはかなり、完成されてましたね。ミッドレーンのところダッシャー選手に主導権を取られて、そこからちょっと相手にスノーボールを許してしまうような展開になるのかなとも思ったんですが、 テレポートの使い方だったりというところ、細かなところで、あとは SHG サイドの焦りをついてうまく逆転していったという展開にはなりました。
確かにちょっと焦ってましたかね、序盤思ったように有利が取れなくて。
そうなんですよ、キルは取れるんですけど、オブジェクトにつながらないと。ドラゴンもイーブンでしたし、ヘラルドも2つとも相手に渡してしまう展開、スノーボール主体側の構成が本来取りたいはずですから、それを2つとも渡すのはちょっといただけない展開だったのかなというふうには感じましたね。なので、次の次の試合、2戦目ではちょっとそういったそのオブジェクト周りでどれだけキルを起こすのかっていう意識を、フィードバック改善してくるのかなというイメージではありますね。
ちょっとそのドラフト面での変化っていうのはあんまり見られないのかなっていうことなんですかね。
もう一度やってもいいと思いますね。
この構成を続けて、あとはゲーム内の動きの修正と、いうことになりますが、それではそのゲーム2、次の試合までインターバルです。
アクションを作り出そうということができなくなりますね。
さあグレンデルフェイスブレーカーは外れた。さあそれを見てゼニスブレードからプー反転狙っていくが、スネアがハニーに入っている。さらにはイグナイトでハニーの体力がローにはなっているが、グレンデルに対してプーが圧力をかけていく。ガンゴは強引に前に出てハニーに対してキルを狙ってファーストブラッドは取ったガンゴ。さあしかしここにやってくるのはダッシャー、イグゾーストが入っているぞ。眠り状態。しかしダッシャーのダメージはどうだ、足りか。しっかりとダッシャー持っていきました。さらにはこれはプーが追っていって届いたようですか。
序盤の動きっていうところをユニカ選手がここで一度抑えましたね。
おっとここでダッシャーがスピード上げた。マルクの本領を返すザリア。しかしここに合流してくるのはタッツル。竜の怒りで蹴り込んで、さあタッツルが1キル獲得だ。クレストゲーミングアクトナップがすぐさまテレポートを返す。スタンはタッツルに入っているものの、ここに合流してきているのはプー、そしてハニー。クリスタローがナップにヒット。さらにはフェイスブレイカーは素晴らしい形のスタンとなっているが、ナップの体力がもう持たない。さあプーはストップウォッチを使用してここで体勢を立て直せるか。福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング、さあ一気にプーにフォーカス。ヘイメーカーのダメージはただ通っていない。ガンゴが横からフィナーレを展開するものの、ハニーがしっかりと受け切って福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング2キル獲得。
CGA なのかなと思ったんですが、
おっとユニカプラストコーン少しミスになったか。スリープバブルが入っているが、ここはストップウォッチ。さらにはグレンデルショーストッパーで持っていった。さあタッツルをシャットダウン取っているぞ。さあアルミク合流してきてダッシャーのバーストでユニカを打ち取ることには福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングを成功したものの、ここから集団戦クレストゲーミングアクトはアリアのマルクロング、とんでもないダメージでハニーを吹き飛ばしていった。使いましたね。さあしかしナップ待っている、待ち受けているのはクレストゲーミングアクト。嵐を起こすものすぐさま距離を取るために使ったのはアルミクだが、その先にピラーが立つ。アリアのランページ、タッスルが竜の怒りでさらにバックラインへと飛び込んでいくんですが、ダメージは足りず。さらにはショーストッパーで持っていかれた。ダッシャーダウン、ダブルキル獲得はガンゴ。そしてガンゴ前にフラッシュ、トリプルキル。デスタイムも入ってますね。
キャッチされてますね。ドレイクを意識してプッシュをしたんですが捕まってしまいましたが、
ちょっとこれは1人人数が少ない状況の福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング、
しかも重要なフロントラインがいませんね。
一気にクレストゲーミングアクトとしてゲームエンドを狙えるか。マルコの本流、タッスルはギリギリ耐えた。さらにはプーがガーゴールストプレートを展開しながらタンクを張りたいんですが、しかしどうだ。ハニーに対してスタン、ここは素早く殺種。しかしネクサスターが2本割れている。ショーストッパー、ハニーの元へとプーを持っていった。ハニーはシールドギリギリ耐えながらですが、ここにやってくるユニカ。さあ1位ストレートの状況か。ここから復活してきたアルミクとともにこのネクサスを守りたいが、ガンゴがラストしっかり持っていって、まずはゲーム1勝利したのはクレストゲーミングアクトとなりました。
LJL 2020 brought to you by Ipopitan de, the LJL official drink partner. Passion, respect, pride, energy, all for the team, all for the win, all for the dream. Give it all. Aito! Ippa!
出前か出前がスイスイスイ
seafood. Najwa seafood. Red seafood. Najwa nijing.
24時間働いて働いて働きまくれ。替えはいくらでもいる。
ちょっと待ってください。
なんだお前は。
もっと現場のことを考えていただきたい。
お前らは俺の言うことを聞いていればいいんだ。
でも社長でいられると思うなよ。
何？
社長解任に賛成の方、ご起立ください。ご起立ください。立って。
一度座ったら立ちたくない。
立つって言ってたでしょ。
AK レーシング。
One of the realest, we the toughest, about to kill it. We breaking through all your sinners, so watch it, Japan to level up. When it's time for the battle of our lives, League of Legends will rise. No biggie, see this a rebel punch. It's one team, one dream. Let me tell you this in all fairness, that we fearless. Hope you hear this. If you careless, we defeating everybody on your tier list. We got the fight in our heart, the light of the dark. We overcome a struggle till we stand tall. I mean the biggest comeback of all time, like I'm soldiers. Support for my team, so we can't fall. See, legends never die, that's a fact. When I'm back against the wall, you know we gotta react. So we ready to go to war, about to even the score. Till you believe in it more, then we launch a final attack. Let's go. When the lights go out and the sun goes down, we don't show no fear in this ghost town. We will fight our fight, look this beast in the eye. So many rooms to choose, we ain't got time to die. We ain't got time to die, everybody on my spot, finna so alive. We ain't got time to die, everybody on my spot, finna so alive. We ain't got time to die, everybody on my spot, finna so alive. We ain't got time to die. にちは。LJL2020 サマースプリットプレーオフラウンド1マッチ1の試合の模様をお送りしております。改めまして実況のイエガです。解説はリクルートさんです。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。さてリクルートさん、先ほどの試合はまあクレス
I've been
ラ
muted.
クトが
Didn't quite realize that. But don't worry, we're still underway here with our series. We have CGA picking up one win over Hawks Gaming. And it was pretty much in the exact expected fashion that we know CGA for. Wait past the laning phase. All right, lane phase is over. We're a little bit behind. How much? 1,500 gold? We got it. And they come back hard. They won team fight after team fight. It did come partially off of a couple misplays from Hawks Gaming that could easily be kind of cleaned up with a little bit more reserved play. So room for improvement is fairly open for Hawks Gaming. It's just some simple things that you need to clean up. I think definitely the thing for CGA though is you're just an amazing team fight team. The second you guys get all grouped up, it pays dividends for them. And one thing is that throughout that entire game, even Syndra was kind of validated where in that kind of a comp, you can play ranges. You don't have to be taking fights right away. You are liable to getting hit by a deadly flourish, but so long as people are avoiding that and then you're playing the counter engage well, it can be okay. The issue was sort of, there wasn't a whole lot of defensive picks on the side of Hawks Gaming. Lee, Leona, and Volibear, none of them really can defend against getting hit by a catch. So it was the moment CGA found something, they were able to capitalize. Well, in the meantime, Hawks Gaming can play the range game better. The unfortunate part is that their room for error was just so small during that game. And it ended up being how CGA were able to find their value out of the picks that they had. One of the other things that I definitely think kind of came into play was very little pressure onto the jungle. Unica was just kind of able to play around idly. He wasn't under a whole lot of duress throughout most of that game. And that's fine if you are the members of CGA. That's exactly how you want it to go. Wait for Trundle to just get a couple items so that he can stand in the front lines. And all the while, just pure armor stacking, no resistance stats on the side of Hawks Gaming means Syndra is now a threat to everyone. And while it was a little bit interesting to go for the Void Staff second item, it makes it so you're that much further behind the curve once you start building magic resist that you already have a pen item. So until you get that completed and maybe another one, it's not going to be all that much that you're actually negating. And that attributed to about a 20,000 total damage coming out from the Syndra during that game. Just outstanding numbers. If you are Hawks Gaming, it should be fairly secure what you need to be changing. But the one thing that does kind of put a little fear in the hearts of Hawks Gaming is CGA just gave you Ashe and Zoe, and they beat it. Those are two champions that have been receiving ban attention. Those are two champions that have been played in almost every comp. If CGA are finding ways around that, Hawks Gaming could be a little bit gun-shy to be picking them up again. And that could be a potential risk for Hawks if you're feeling like you can't play some of the meta mainstays and you're forced to play other things. Now, we did, of course, mention how Hawks Gaming is an experienced team and they have the ability to play other things. They can pull all sorts of different picks out. But if the meta, if you gave them a pretty strong meta bat and CGA just kind of swatted back hard, that's a little bit of a scary sign. And I'm hoping that Hawks Gaming's confidence is not too shaken from that game one. Now, that isn't to say that both of them can't be changing things up, but maybe Hawks Gaming need to just kind of sin a little bit. I mean, you were finding value even without that sinful of a comp. Renekton was never that far ahead in the matchup. Wasn't that much pressure on the top side in general. Almost no jungle pressure on the map overall. So maybe this is where Hawks Gaming need to be looking at things like, hey, let's draft a couple of Blancs. Let's draft a Renekton of our own. Let's potentially bring out Kalissa even. If you want to start off on the right foot and then carry that all the way through, drafting Sinful Champions is like that. And you have a 5-game series. You can try that sort of thing out. You're starting 1 game down, so it is a bit risky. But it's sort of, that's a push and pull, right? Is, do we try a new answer? Or do we try to clean up the one that we just had? And draft, of course, will be very indicative of that. I think Hawks Gaming can easily just clean up a couple things and then turn that game into a win. If they just clean up a couple catches that they should have gotten the better end of. But that's CGA for you. It does not take a lot for them to just absolutely pull the rug out from under you in a game where you felt like you were very confident, you were a decent bit ahead. We'll see if CGA are able to pull it off once again, as we're going to switch back over. Hawks Gaming now on the blue side. CGA going to be taking up the red side. And Bard is going to be banned away right off the bat by Hawks Gaming here. Bard, very likely to be seeing a lot of ban attention. Bard is just a support that has a lot of skill expression inherent to him. His ultimate has great utility, great for catches. He slots himself in very well. He can be a lane bully if you're that effective on him, or he can be very roam heavy. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see him being banned away throughout this series. While on the side of CGA, of course, Set going to be banned away. Alongside the Lilia, like we mentioned, I'm curious to see if we will see Lilia at all. CGA, of course, don't want to be the team that letting that go. You don't want to be giving skirmishers over. But perceptions of Lilia have been a little bit, well, they haven't been around very much. We're still waiting for a couple regions to be starting up their own time on Lilia. Not a whole lot of regions have even played her when she's live. And LPL has not been huge on the Lilia train, even though they had first access to her. But with the picks being locked in, Hawks Gaming going to be drafting up the Volibear right away. So CGA, a couple picks you could be looking at. Zoe, of course, is on the table. Ashe on the table. Karma. So CGA have a decent opportunity to hold a bit of their draft intentions. But it will be the Jhin locked in right away. So they're willing to let the run back happen. They're willing to let Honey have Ashe once again if he wants it. Gango feeling confident in that matchup there. We'll see what they pair it alongside. Is Nap just going to run it back? CGA kind of saying, all right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to draft themselves up a Jhin and a Renekton, and this is what I was talking about. Hawks Gaming not feeling like they want to run it back with the Ashe. They will be sending it on the Ezreal. I'd really like to not, I'd really like to not see a Leona here. I don't think Leona is necessarily the play, especially when you're getting caught so often on the Leona. You definitely want something that can get out as well as go in. But Hawks Gaming are going to be picking up the Leona in the end. And we'll see what CGA are live to respond with. And it will be the Trundle once again. CGA might just be drafting themselves right back into the same spot they were, minus a set, of course, as CGA did ban it away. And I'm curious what the follow-up bans are going to be from Hawks Gaming. Zoe, of course, you now have the opportunity to ban away, but also, yeah, Lee Sin got to be banned away from Tussle. He had a couple good kicks in that game, and he played very well, even if they weren't able to find the win in the end. Tussle's performance was not really in question in terms of Lee Sin mechanics. So banning that one away, not going to allow him that run back there, as LeBlanc is also going to be banned away by Hawks Gaming, possibly a sign of protection for a Zoe. But there it is. That is also Aramic receiving, once again, that cannon ban. So Hawks Gaming still have one final pick to be looking at here. There are a couple prio mid laners that are popular. I'm curious to see if maybe they'll be banning away the Syndra again. In lane, it was actually fine for Hawks Gaming. He was able to find a almost solo kill on it that bled into a little bit more, but Hawks are actually going to ban away the Zoe. Worried that CGA might be picking that one up before them. So CGA can lock in their support here and look at the rest of Hawks Gaming's draft before you pick your mid laner. And there are a couple options still available. Thresh, of course, has fallen off a little bit in priority recently, but is still a viable option for CGA. Nautilus as well. And it looks like that will be the call from Grendel. He's going to be locking in the Nautilus. So Hawks Gaming will be showing the rest of their hand here. Nidalee is a definite option. Getting on the map and active early is definitely a way you can go about it. You can sort of beat out Trundle on the farm speed if you like, but the Rek'Sai is going to be coming back. Something that has been popping up a lot more recently is Rek'Sai in the LJ, or in a lot of other regions has been shown priority, but immediately Dasher's going to be throwing down the gauntlet with an Akali pickup, saying he wants to fight it out in the mid lane with Arya. They leave his Sylas open. He can pick it, and he will be doing just that. Now, for the mid lane specifically, Dasher should get the better end of that early laning phase. Can kind of use the knife toss on the Q to abuse melee matchups. So Dasher gets a little bit of early harass there. But of course, Akali always tests mechanics, and if you're not gonna have if you're not all in and you're not taking fights with confidence, Akali could absolutely kind of just blow up and not receive the value that she wants. She did get her damage profile switched almost exclusively to magic damage now, which does help her out quite a bit. But I am very curious to see how she conducts herself in this game. Post-draft predictions for Game 2. I really am feeling CGA on this one. This is pretty much textbook CGA comp. You know, you have this brawly front line that is just kind of run into whatever is put in front of it. And Gengo can play an AD carry that's relatively safe, doesn't need to overextend at all, but can also play with his team through utility, if not outright damage. I gotta hand this one to CGA, and this is sort of what I was talking about, where I think CGA are just overall a little bit more of a consistent team. It's a little bit... I think Hawks Gaming can still do it, and I think last game showed us just that. Now with Tussle on a little bit more of a sinful pick, Rek'Sai, of course, doesn't kind of need to be active early. If he can really stress that 1.5 gold advantage that you had, or the 1.5k gold advantage you had, and start turning that into maybe a 3k, 4k, however long you can take that advantage, you're going to need to. Because the more ahead you are, the better. We've seen CGA overcome 3k, 4k gold advantages in the past. So if Hawks Gaming can really kind of pour the pressure on early, I think that would be their benefit. The unfortunate part is, of course, you did just hand over Arya his signature Sylas. He was one of the first to play it in 2020, I believe in Spring Split. It was one of the later end weeks, and he popped off with it. He is just such a monster on Sylas. He understands the champion well. He plays very brawly. It's just a champion that really works and clicks with him. So if Hawks Gaming can overcome that hurdle, they can definitely pull out a set win here. But they still have a little ways to go before that happens. While CGA 1-0, like we mentioned, have room to grow. Gonna be just waiting for the match to get started along here. And one thing I also want to talk about while we are just kind of focusing on CGA as a team and kind of the hurdle that they overcame in that early parts of the game was they didn't even have to do it through targeting the top lane. They kind of left the top laner, the Volibear, just to be off in the side lane doing nothing that Volibear often does. And they gave him the Volibear back, so it's not a Volibear problem. And we started talking about it a little bit in game 1. We didn't quite go all the way through with it, but that's just sort of Volibear for you. Is he does not do a whole lot. He has some lane clear early on, but it sort of falls off because you don't have any scaling with your you never build in a scaling the passive on it, and he didn't buy like a Trinity Force or anything, so he was just pure tank sitting off in the side lane waiting for action to come to him, but it never seemed to. So if you could set up that scenario again, that's definitely desirable for Hawks. All right, and as we're loading in here once again, pretty much everything you would expect top to bottom. Unica, of course, on that phase rush, and one thing that is a little bit interesting, and it's possibly going to become more relevant now that, or after playoffs, once Yone is on the Rift, his fleet footwork coming out, a lot of the LJL has actually been really enjoying it. We've seen Silas's being ones to take it, a couple other champions as like an opposed to the Conquer, but this is going to be Hawks Gaming actually finding a quick early damage onto Gango there. The Zenith Blade actually finding its mark almost at max distance, but Gango going to be spinning this lane started at half HP unless Grendel, of course, has anything to say about trading that damage in the return. But Hawks Gaming get a little bit of the better end of that damage, and honestly, Tussle can look at this bot lane very early on. You don't need that. You don't even need level 3 to get a gank off on a Rek'Sai. You can just flash for the knockup and wait for Pooh's Ignite to do the rest, but we'll see what is on the menu for this game. That now that, you know, we've seen them go into the later ends, go toe-to-toe after a little bit of a not very showy early game. I'm curious to see if Hawks Gaming definitely try to kick up the turbo, start this going in the right direction, and start it going early, because Tussle already is cresting into level 3. He might be on a collision course with Unica. He's got to spot him out here with the Tremor Sense as they're going to go all in here. Arya going to find the chains. Max distance. Dasher not going to be forced to flash while he knows his jungler is here. Tussle can flash onto Arya, but Dasher's a little bit too low HP to follow, as the Zenith Blade is going to find on the other end of the map here. Not going to find his way forward. Honey's trying to do what he can, but there's enough minions in between him and his target that fourth shot's going to do a lot of damage. Going to make Honey think twice about that one. And that's going to mean CGA are in a decent position with having mid and bot being chunked out so hard so early on. Honey does have teleport advantage, so he can back very early on. But forcing out teleport before Ezreal can get towards his Mortar Mana pieces, or at least get his tier, is always kind of awkward for Ezreal's, because I don't want to have to take a bag just to buy the tier. You want to get it off the back when you have teleport and then start stacking it immediately. But we will see in the top lane, Armik does seem to be doing a good job of getting a little bit of a CS advantage, but Arian's going to be taking a bit of a trade here with Dasher. It's a little bit risky going for that, but neither of them can really all in at this point. Not enough information given over. Not enough mana left on Arya to really be making a kill happen. But like we mentioned, a little bit of a CS advantage for Dasher in the mid lane. It's very hard for Silas to walk up and auto the wave without eating a bit of poke. So we'll rely a lot on that W healing to keep him topped, or at least in fighting condition. But he might be forced to back away here if he is not careful. And it looks like a couple resets are going to be coming out in the mid lane. It looks like Honey was forced to back in the end. He only got a Fairy Charm and a Doran's Blade and Cull. So no tier just yet. But it looks like Gango kind of opted into the exact same thing as Grendel's going to land a hook here. A lot of damage over onto Honey. The flash is not going to be good enough as no, the Ignite's not quite going to burn him down in the end, but Pooh might be one to pay for his sins if a Deadly Flourish comes in soon. Not quite. CGA going to be walking away in a great position after that trade, and as it stands right now, Hawks Gaming might be finding themselves with a Jhin problem on their hands as Gango has gotten a lot of the better ends of these trades, knocking Honey and Pooh, forcing them to back over and over again. This is the second back before 6 minutes, and Honey still doesn't have tier on him. Definitely less than desirable, but it will mean that CGA can grab up the Infernal Drake here. While Tussle is still working for his first opportunity to find a gank, he is getting a farm advantage, which is nice. But that's never really a route to win that you want if you are Hawks Gaming, as Tussle's just going to run right across the mid lane here. Not even going to think about ganking Arya. As he is heading over to the crab, it looks like Unica is onto him. So ward over is going to get immediately knocked down. There goes a dredge line. Tussle's forced to flash away. Will dodge out on the chains from Arya. And will mean that Hawks Gaming, they can secure it, but flash burned on Tussle. A little bit less potent of a gank as you can't go for those flash knockups. Honey just E'd forward in the face of Gango. That was a little bit risky. Of course, you do sort of know that Grendel is still far away, but that easily could have been something that he X-flashed over the wall, took a blast cone. That was a scary moment to be Honey there. Arcane shifting in the face of Gango. After multiple times he's been taught a little bit of respect, unless this ward is going to spawn out Tussle from going for this gank. We'll give them a little bit of pressure while the lane is still pushing away from them, unless Honey is just going to send it right back into him. Trying to slow down the push while he has a bit of pressure, but Armik is going to be feeling a bit of pressure in the top lane. A good trade back, and once again, still has ultimate over Nap's dominance, but here comes the mid lane fight. Arya is going to be putting it all on the line. The perfect execution. Not going to be perfect enough, as that ultimate is not going to find its mark, but Arya now is forced to run away. Tussle going to think better of that one. He knows that there's a crocodile waiting in the wings, and with Unica coming in as well, not a fight he would be able to finish off in the river area there. And for now, it is sort of turning into a bit of a lax early game. Tussle not wanting to be overly aggressive on the rank side, but does sort of need to find value. You are holding a level advantage over the Trundle, but if you're not leveraging it in a gank anywhere, I'm curious to see where they'll find it. Is Honey gonna enjoy some time out of lane going over for the Rift Herald here? This is just sort of desirable for Honey. You've not been having a fun time in that lane at all, so rotating up to the top side now. We'll just spawn the Rift Herald immediately. Lane it's in a little bit of an interesting spot. It's still going to take a bit to push it all the way in, but the charge is at least going to go off undeterred. And we'll just give full gold over to Honey as he picks up that wave. Honey does need to be a little bit careful. His Nap does have ultimate and dashes forward, finds a stun. That's going to be Arcane Shift burned. Meanwhile, Armik can't even walk up to the wave on the other end of the map here. This does not feel like a desirable situation for Hawks Gaming, as now you're going to start bleeding gold unless Unica gets found out here. Armik thinking he wants to fight here. He's got a 2-level lead on him, so he can go for this. But after the Subjugated is popped, he's not going to opt for a chase there. That was a little bit interesting, as Dasher easily could have made his way over for that, but with Phase Rush and Flash, of course, he is a bit faster, so not too worried, but Armik, once again, can't walk up to this minion wave at all. Now he is going to try, but not after Gengo and Grendel picked up a healthy amount of turret plates, but this might be a dive being tried by the side of Hawks Gaming. Honey's tanking up the turret for now, but gonna pop that one over. Pooh's just gonna go down to turret. That's gonna be first blood over to him. Execution not quite there on the side of Hawks Gaming, but ultimately not the worst thing in the world. Giving first blood over to Nap is never the desirable outcome of a gank like that. Good sidestep from Dasher there to avoid both Dredgeline and the abscond there. But that was it was just sort of an interesting position. Honey kind of got aggro a little bit too early, and in the wake of it, he's forced to back away. Then Pooh decides he'll be able to tank it, but can't really because he doesn't have Aftershock. But Nap again is going to be bullied out here. Tussle uses the ultimate, finds him with the Tremor Q there. That was, when we mentioned earlier how Armik might be the one bullied, I like that Hawks Gaming are kind of flipping the script, and now Nap is the one who's feeling the bullying a bit here. It's never fun to be set this far behind on Renekton of all champions. But Hawks are in a fine position here. They should be able to get first turret for CGA, which will kind of net them at least a somewhat gold lead back in their favor, but it's a Cloud Soul on the menu. That's not the most desirable one for CGA. So Arya's gonna find another abduct. That one I don't know if he actually wanted, as he found the E chains, but there was so much fog, he immediately was forced to use the ultimate to get back onto his side of the map. Well, it looks like they are thinking about trying a dive onto this mid lane. There are 4 members strong here. Armik's gonna face check into 3 of them right now. Armik is just gonna die here, not even gonna be able to ultimate over the wall. That felt just random from Armik, where you had to assume that they were over there, and now with 4 members already showing their face, Dasher's flash is gonna be forced to burn here. Now they're all in onto Arya. He will get W healing, but they should be able to chase him down. Honey gonna miss out on that Q, and Gengo's gonna be able to keep him safe for now. I'm not entirely sure what Armik was doing there. They didn't have the most knowledge that CGA would be on that side of the map, but there was so much, he's just kind of running at Unica. He got away with it the first time and thought he could kind of just run him down for being in the jungle, but with no vision that long on Gengo or Grendel, you really need to be careful about that sort of thing. But as it stands right now, both top laners are just going to be set so far behind in this one before they reconvene in the top lane itself. While on the bottom side, Hawks Gaming are looking to try and grab up a couple plates here. So Aramix just going to get all in here by Nap, who has had enough of being forced into 2v1s with the enemy jungler, saying, I kind of want my time to beat up on my top laner, thank you very much. Where's the 1v1 I've been wanting? Well, Hawks Gaming are not looking to let that be a fair game on the other end of the map here. Arya is going to be the target. If Hawks Gaming can get onto him, smartly going to be backing away from that one, as there goes the Solar Flare, stolen and landed there. The Deadly Flourish from range will work, but not going to work in their favor, as it can't quite capitalize off of that one. Benefit to Hawks Gaming here is, of course, having your 2 kills be on a Rek'Sai does give you something to kind of find value in, and will help Tussle kind of be relevant later on. It is a little bit worrisome, as your Akali has really no benefit out of most of this, and neither does Honey, so your carries are still a little bit down, but CGA aren't exactly in a much better position anyway. And we'll be in a slightly worse one if Arya decides he really wants to walk up for the wave here. Grendel's on his way over, but sweeping every ward along the way means he will be spotted out here. And Tussle might have an opportunity to go onto him. No one's really nearby, so this is a 2v2 that Hawks Gaming can take. It is just somewhat of a risky one, and Hawks Gaming looking more attentively at the Rift Herald on the other end of the map. Now, while we do have a Cloud Soul, and it is somewhat of a soul that gets less talked about overall, there are a couple champions on the side of CGA that it really benefits. Arya being able to take ultimates more often definitely helps out. And if he's stealing Dasher's ultimate or Aramix's ultimate, having the extra move speed is definitely not terrible for them. So there are some good users on the side of CGA if they can secure the soul. But a Cloud Soul always kind of runs the map a lot longer than other souls, as there's not a whole lot of pressure to really force for it. Tussle's wandering around here. He should get Tremor Sense on Arya, and it looks like that will be the play. They're going to go all in onto him. Beautifully executed by the side of Hawks Gaming. A good find, sneaking around the gaps in vision. And they're going to punish Arya hard on that one. That will mean Cloud Drake over to the side of Hawks Gaming, while the rest of the members are just going to run around here to try and secure pressure in the mid lane. CGA might be able to trade over for a Rift Herald fairly uncontested, but a good kill find from Hawks Gaming. Sets up the position well, gets around the vision, and Arya, who was just trying to play so carefully up until that point, unfortunately was just a little bit too far away from his friends, and that's enough for Hawks Gaming to be taking that kill to go. Oh no, Honey, Honey, we saw it. We didn't want to have to see it, but we saw it. That caddy minion not going to be going your way, but he got his Caulfields anyway. What would it have really been? An extra control ward? Psh, who needs those? Well, Hawks Gaming needs those, actually, as control boards were exactly what made that last kill happen for you, but it looks like Hawks Gaming are going to be starting up the Rift Herald here. They have a little bit of time left to really get on it and burn it down, and it doesn't look like CGA really want any business contesting it, with Unica on the other end of the map as well. They're fine to be passing this one over. Really, all Hawks Gaming can do with it is try and crack open this mid lane, but there's enough HP on it that the Rift Herald itself wouldn't even crack that open. But Dasher may have just found himself. This red side jungle just seems to be a death trap for Hawks Gaming. Dasher not going to be able to flash to safety there. You can see some pings coming out. Aramic gonna be going on the top lane. A lot of spam pings to get pressure on that top side is a little bit of a... That's sort of an interesting position. I would hope that Hawks Gaming isn't really flaming with those pings, as you're kind of spam pinging Aramic to be shoving the wave there, but that was, once again, situations where, why are you really checking around this red side? Hawks Gaming just, you lost full vision control on that side of the map after you got a good kill off of it. But if having vision control netted you a kill, you should know that lack of vision control is going to do the exact opposite for you. But Hawks Gaming still have opportunity to be making the most of this one. And we'll watch how Dasher got in here once again. Just, you think it's a lowly unsuspecting jungler, and Dasher just wants to kind of fight it out with him. Unfortunately, there's just a lot more than just a troll in the jungle, and flips over the wall there right into Dasher. Or excuse me, right into Nap. He's happy to stun up and lock down, and the bouncing grenade's going to finish that one off. But Honey's going to get hit by every one of the curtain call shots here, and narrowly missing out on that one, as he tried to snipe over the shoulder of the Rek'Sai there. As the charge is going to come in, that will at least net Hawks Gaming turret advantage and help slowly start building up their gold advantage. Opening up the map more definitely gives them more room to play. And maybe that is what Hawks Gaming are trying to really look for, is open up the map, get aggressive vision into their jungle, and then play from there so you don't have to worry about your side of the map as much. Because as it stands right now, CGA kind of just owned the bottom half of this map here. Might be looking for something here. That's going to be the pillar thrown down. Tussle should just be able to burrow over the wall here. As Nap is on the other end of the map, they have a little bit of time to go for a play because Nap is nowhere near a turret at this point. But is this really the fight that Hawks Gaming want right now? There's no objectives up anytime soon. 50 seconds would mean that even if you got a couple kills, everyone would be back up in time for the Rift Herald, or for the Drake, I mean. So, do you need a fight? No, it's not the most necessary thing in the world. But we'll see how things go for CGA here. Is once again, this red side is really where CGA are trying to set up aggressive vision. They want this sole objective, but Tussle not going to be wanting to face check. A Crocodile is going to be going very low, forced to flash away as the rest of CGA's cavalry is arriving. Now a little bit inverse of the situation. And one of the benefits for CGA here is that their 1-3-1 is so strong, and this is just going to be Aramic once again kind of wandering where he shouldn't be. He can pop ultimate and flash away. But that's, again, another round of cooldowns burned. You've burned Dasher's flash this way. You've burned Tussle and Aramic's flash and ultimate this way. You've killed Aramic before this way. One way or another, Hawks Gaming has to learn that they can't, that without vision, they cannot be on this side of the map. And CGA are just going to be happy to teach them that lesson over and over again until either they get Cloud Soul or Hawks Gaming throw their lead. Well, Hawks Gaming are going to try to defend the upper end. They're looking to kind of flip the map here. They're saying, all right, you want to play on our right side? We'll play on your red side. This time, though, CGA a little bit wise to the antics as Dasher's trying to shove in the rest of this lane here. And we are just kind of enjoying a little while longer of a lull state. Nothing that we need to worry about too heavily on either side, but we'll see if CGA can mount a team fight around this next Cloud objective. That's really what you would be expecting from the side of CGA. If you are Hawks Gaming, like we mentioned, Cloud Soul does impact CGA pretty heavily, but it's not worth losing the game over. Right now, Hawks Gaming really need to reestablish vision control on that bottom side if you want to stunt the Cloud Soul objective. and try to find a fight before while CGA are looking to set up those plays. But as it stands right now, CGA have just been fully they split the map desirably for them in what their objectives they want. Even if Hawks Gaming were able to get the Rift Heralds, they were kind of okay with it. You cracked open a mid lane turret, you got Honey a little extra gold, and it was only enough to keep him even after CGA just got the better end of laning phase on that one. And now for Hawks Gaming, I'm curious to see, because this is sort of the point where Rek'Sai starts to fall off. And it can be an issue because Unica is starting to get a couple items under his belt. You cannot be going for Nap. Nap will absolutely demolish anyone that, any Rek'Sai that he finds. 2-level advantage on him. As well as it's very hard to stay on top of Jhin for very long. He has both summoners up. He has Stormrazor, so one auto makes it hard for Tussle to get on in the first place. But then once you get the knockup, it's very hard to even finish him off because you need that extra time to do the damage necessary. While CGA's kind of seem to be teeter-tottering the vision objectives here right now. Hawks Gaming did a great job of reestablishing the vision on the bottom end of the map, while CGA looked to trade that up for the top side. I like this play from CGA on terms of macro, where it's just sort of the path of least resistance in terms of vision control. Hawks Gaming didn't play very aggressively for vision on the bottom side, which makes it all the more curious how they ended up dying so many times and having so many cooldowns burned on that side of the map. But now they can teeter it back to the other end of the map here, while Hawks Gaming are the ones who need to find a pressure to do just that. It will be a little bit of this swing back and forth while we're just, again, waiting for these Cloud Drakes. The lull state continues for both sides here. Honey trying to push his way in. Sort of the other threat that Hawks Gaming kind of face is that there's a lot of things that will phase check you and just win out on a fight. So Hawks Gaming are going to need to work to set up the ideal conditions to win a team fight. Arya has already completed 2 items and is looking to get his Lichbane next. He's brawly enough to stay in the fights for very long, but really, Gango already at 3 items, he is a powerhouse right now. This is where Jhin really starts to get scary, especially against champions like Tussle, who, sure, you're going to have ninja tabbies and a little bit of HP on you. You're not going to be able to stand up very long against a Jhin who's just critting you over and over again. As well as Dasher. While Akali loves to play with the untargetable, loves to kind of weave in and out and make it hard for champions to get auto attacks on, if all your damage is loaded into just 4 auto attacks, that's a desirable situation for Gango. As Unica now has had his flash burned just a moment ago. That's a great timing on that flash burn as Hawks Gaming setting up aggressive around this Cloud Drake. They're trying to see if they can bait anyone in. So ultimate's going to be popped there. Unica goes very low. Forcing him away will just mean that Hawks Gaming can grab up this Drake, will delay the sole objective just a little while longer, and will mean that our lull state continues a bit longer. This was just actually great play from Hawks Gaming to punish Unica twice in a row. Punish him once, burn his flash. Punish him again, he's too low HP, he can't stick around for that objective. Good situation to be in if you are Hawks. And now, while we're just kind of continuing to move forward, I'm slowly starting to worry about the decay that Hawks Gaming are facing down the barrel of. Possibly, of course, Dasher becomes a threat to Gango towards the later ends. But you can already see Gengo is picking up a little bit of magic resist. And he'll kind of need it because realistically the only threat to him is Dasher. But he already has his core items. He can grab just a crit cloak now if he really wants to make sure that he's close to 100% crit for these team fights. But as far as his damage profile is concerned, he's almost done. So Unica's trying to go forward here. A good knockup from Tussle on Arya will at least get him low, but gonna be forced to flash away. The death charge actually finds a lot of value, as now it's gonna be the Renekton trying to find a way to finish him off. Not quite, as Nap's gonna be in the middle of everyone. The rest of the cavalry is coming. Arya with the ultimate, gonna buy him a lot of extra HP to make this fight work. Honey and Dasher are gonna be forced to retreat by the curtain call. CGA gonna find 2 clean. That's gonna be Pooh and Aramic being knocked down there, and CGA gonna be turning their attention to the Baron. CGA, honestly, once again, are just executing on the fights exactly how you want them to. As soon as a 5v5 breaks out, they're finding value, but 3k HP on the Baron. Hawks Gaming don't really have a whole lot of time to go for a contest here unless a miracle steal happens. Oh my goodness, that was 100 HP. That easily could have been done there, but other than a bit of harass, there's not a whole lot that Hawks Gaming can do anymore. CGA gonna back out with Baron. And sort of the exact same situation that we've been talking about before. Trundle Pillar works for a catch. Jin W works for a catch. I like the damage that comes out from Tussle. You're doing everything you can, but CGA a little bit closer to the punch, and if every time they have 5 people there, everything seems to go swimmingly for CGA, so Hawks Gaming kind of just get caught wandering around there. Now they'll have to weather the storm of this Baron once more. Honey's going to be found out there. Good dodge on the Deadly Flourish to keep him alive for now, and dodge on that dredge line is... I think Grendel was going for a little bit of a read for him to run back under turret. The turret, though, not going to be long for this world. Another cannon shot. There it goes. Now Tussle going all in here, tries to find his way onto Grendel. The solar flare is gonna whiff, but Dasher's gonna go all in anyway. He needs to pop his smoke screen soon, but that, like we mentioned, Gengo doesn't need a lot of time to do damage, and now the chase is on from CGA. That's gonna be support dead. Another quick shot. Gonna be taking the live of our friendly Leona there, and now CGA another 2 kills with Baron this time. They are just running away with this one. And you can understand the intention that Hawks Gaming were going for with this kind of a comp. You drafted the Rek'Sai. You want to be active early because you know that that's CGA's weak point. But if you're not all-inning that style and you're honestly not getting more than 2 kills out of the early game, CGA just have such good recoveries over after the early game passes. So they're now going to back out. Inhibitor in tow. And Inhibitor should be down for this next Drake. So they should be able to grab Cloud Soul and make it away with that. 3k gold in the bank for CGA. Their funds looking a little bit better than Hawks Gaming for now. And as it shows up, just kind of slight advantages, about half item advantage in almost every lane right now. Top lane having the biggest discrepancy between the two, almost about 40 CS on him, but we'll see CGA face checking their way into the river here. Pooh's just gonna go down, not long for this world. Dasher's going all in to see what he can do as Grendel might be traded back over. Beautiful Zonya's there, as now here comes the ultimate with Ahri. He's flying in there. He's a big Silas. Saramek's gonna try to follow his way over the wall, forces the flash there. The chains land onto Honey as he got caught up a little bit, was trapped in the Krug bit, and he can run all he like. Arya is just gonna be able to run him down unless, yeah, that's gonna be Honey. He kind of face checked back in there, but what other choice do you have? As Tussle's gonna get found here by Grendel, should get a knock up there. He might go down to the turret. As GA is popped, Nap can just stack up a little extra fury, go for the stun, go for the kill, do it all. This is going to be an ace. Unless Unica I don't think he's in turret range anymore, so he should be okay, but the ultimate is going to come out. Void Rush, knocking down at least one trade back kill, but it's a formality at that point. CGA knocking down this one. CGA going to be going to game 2 here. Taking up 2-0 in the set count. CGA taking that one home, and honestly, mimicking the first one in the exact pace. It was sort of second verse, same as the first. Wait past the early game. If Hawks Gaming doesn't have a big enough lead, CGA can just start coming back in each of these team fights. And it's sort of what we talked about earlier, is CGA reminds me of a 2019 SKT. Every time that CGA says, all right, team fight time, they take it, and they take it well, with confidence. They don't even end up dropping anyone in the later ends of this game. It was just constantly a clean 2 kills over to the side of CGA. In this last fight, you dropped Grendel, but you found the game win off of it. So that is not a trade. Oh no, Grendel didn't even die. Excuse me, he did actually make it out. Honestly, just textbook CGA. You've drafted this playbook up time and time again, and right now, Hawks Gaming just don't seem to have an answer to it. So you have one game left for your playoff chances to keep your head above water. Hawks Gaming need to find an answer and find it soon. Don't go anywhere if you guys are enjoying the stream. We do have more matches up for you shortly. I'm Dr. Nell. I do all of the English casting for the LJL. I also cast other games like Valorant, CSGO, things like that. So if you guys are interested in other esports titles, you can leave a follow here for when I'm doing those, or follow me on my Twitter, which is down below in that little Twitch description area. All of that being said, though, guys, thank you all for tuning in. 2-0 to CGA. The series continues. Don't go anywhere.
こういったコールどうなんでしょうね。もともとやはりそういったプレーが得意なユニカ選手だったり、あとはガンゴ選手、グレンデル選手あたりがしっかりと指示して動いてるんですかね。
ちょっと気になりますよね、そのあたりね。
ちょっと気になりますよね。
はい、ということですけれども、追い詰められた福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングですから、ゲーム3、どのような修正してくるか注目になります。それではここでインターバルです。
ナップ選手はこの間フリーでファームできてますからね。これは決めないといけないですよ。
さあタワーダイブいけるか。セビクの怒り展開ナップ、タワーのダメージをハニーが受ける形。これでうまくプーに受け渡したが、ファーストブラッドはナップ相打ちになりました。アルミクのテレポートは残っている。
タッスル選手面白い動きしますね。
後ろを取っているアリアがここで挟まれる形。ノックアップを受けた。そこにソーラーフレア合わせた。身動き取れぬうちに福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングアリアを捕まえた。そのヘラルドに向かうのではなくてボットサイドに動いている。さあダッシャーがユニカを見つけた。ピラーを返すユニカ、そして裏からやってきているのはガンゴ、そしてグレンデル。ただ競争局は細い道を通っているが、しかしナップが裏に回っている。スタンを入れて最後はガンゴ。1キル獲得はクレストゲーミングアクト。ハニープーのカバーありましたが、ここは間に合わず。さあダッシャーがワードを破壊したいが、ここでユニカが前に出てピラーを打ち立てた。タッスルは距離を取れるが、アリアがその先にラチ。さあタッスルの動きを止めて、さらにはボイドラッシュはゾーニャの砂時計で無効にする。ノックアップを入れて、さあローヘルスのタッスルに飛び込んでいくのはナップ。セベクの怒りを展開している。タッスルはなんとかブリンクアウト成功。ただナップがフォーカスを受けている間に嵐を起こすものから突っ込んできたアリア。さあアリアが1キル獲得に成功。さらには3人で取り囲んでアルミクも打ち取る。クレストゲーミングアクト2キル獲得。福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング返してきてますけれども、これはどうだ。クレストゲーミング当たりに行くか。ナップを動きを止めてはいるが、グレンデルのフック、さらにはハニーの爆雷発射。さあナップがその間にプーを打ち取っている。グレンデルが前線を張る中でストップウォッチが残っている。そして横からアリアだ。乗っ取った嵐を起こすもので突っ込んできてダッシャーを捉えている。さらにはアルミク逃げる。アルミクを追う。フラッシュアウト。ただラチが届いた。捕まったのはハニーだ。スネアで動けないアルミクが3人4人と追われていく。さらにはハニー逃げるんですが、それを捕まえようとするのがアリア。シャットダウン獲得。クレストゲーミングアクト4キル。
いやこれはこのままゲームエンドですね。ソウルを待たずしてですか。
さらにはグレンデルが上からやってきている。タッスルとしてはガーディアンエンジェルが残っているものの復活、ノックアップ、スネア。さあただユニカがタワーのダメージ、ここはストップウォッチで切ります。ボイドラッシュ、キルまでつながった。ランページうまく返した。ただネクサスタワー2本割って、そのままネクサスの破壊まで ポートガングがきっちりとタッスルも打ち取ってネクサスを破壊し勝利したのはクレストゲーミングアクトとなりました。
LJL 2020 brought to you by リポビタンで the LJL official drink partner. Passion, respect, pride, energy, all for the team, all for the win, all for the dream. Give it all. はいと一発
出前感出前がスイスイスイ熱届くよ出前がスイスイスイ出前感出前がスイスイと出前感で検索。海行きたいけど行けない夏はシーフード夏はシーフード日焼けしたいでもできない夏はシーフード夏はシーフードサマーベケーションレッツシーフードなんだけど夏はシーフードなんだけどレッツシーフードなんだけど夏はシーフード夏はニジン。
視界を確保しつつそこに対してカンチの呼び声、ここはかわした、誰にも当たっていません。ただしスティールが浮いていたところを狙ったがフラッシュアウトで難なく逃げた。それはセントリーのダメージが痛い。クレンジのサイルみるみる決定でそこからの勝率ユニカを捕まえた。スティールのダメージはキラーによってまだ逃げられない。ただしあれこれ飛び込んでいったダメだとそうかユーターポは当てしそれかわしている。そして今度は前に出た超速波で捕まえていますがキルには届いていない。そのままダメージを出し切ってダブルキルをユーターポンとエビが獲得。
choose. We ain't got time to die. We ain't got time to die. Everybody on my squad feeling so alive. We ain't got time to die. Everybody on my squad feeling so alive. We ain't got time to die. Everybody on my squad feeling so alive. We ain't got time to die.
皆さんこんにちは。
All right, and back once again, 2-0 is the current score for the series so far. CGA taking home their second win here in what was fairly similar to the first round. It was just, once again, CGA being CGA. Second you can team fight as this team, it works out for them, and even while you were able to get a lot of value out of the Ezreal, he was able to find decent damage, it was just not it, and it's not a Jhin issue. Maybe it is for Hawks Gaming, but it's not exactly like Jhin is all that broken. It's really just that CGA just weathered the storm early on. There's not a whole lot of early pressure that they even need to be worried about. And while Hawks Gaming, you know, we look at them as, you know, like a jack of all trades in terms of what comps they're willing to play. Unfortunately, maybe being a master of none is kind of what their downfall is they either don't have the confidence or they don't feel like it's the desirable play route to just try and sin to win, to try and pick up things like LeBlanc or anything like that to really pour the pressure onto CGA. So for now, CGA are kind of just okay. They can weather the storm early, they'll fall down a bit, but they're not falling down anything significant or anything more than they're used to. I don't think that at any point that game did they fall beneath like a 2k gold advantage. It was just CGA waiting out the storm. You get to the end, you get towards the part of the game that you came to play for, and job done. Any potential pick is immediately capitalized off of, as Gango has just been performing very well on the Jhin. So now Hawks Gaming can kind of make the decision. Are you willing to pass over the Jhin again? Well, if you are, that means you're going to have to ban away Jhin and you're going to have to ban away Ashe, because if he's on one of them, he'll likely be on both of them. But that's less bans you can be giving over to players like Arya, who did also perform very well in that game. A lot of mechanics tests he certainly passed. The nice thing is that you pretty much ran the exact same matchup in the top lane, and it was unimpactful. You did see that Aramic did he did switch over into the Trinity Force build, but we'll see what he has in store for us this time. Back over to the red side for Hawks Gaming, and I really hope that we're not going to see Hawks try to do the same thing again. You pivoted slightly last time. You drafted up a Rek'Sai, but it wasn't enough to all in early. So if you are Hawks Gaming, show me what you got here, because right now this could be potentially your last game. This is series point for CGA. And you don't want to be signing this one off, but CGA banning away the LeBlanc, keeping that option away from Hawks Gaming. This may be where CGA try and call them out. If you can just ban away some of the early game picks, not let Hawks Gaming try to run away with this one, keep the game pace the same way that you like it so far. Maybe that's another option, but Hawks Gaming, similar bans from the last time. Set is still open, and CGA are just going to grab that up. Very identical to the first game bans here, but maybe this is where we'll see the difference. What are Hawks Gaming going to be looking at here? Volibear, not a bad option. Karma still on the table, or maybe does Honey draft up the Jhin? Right away, you would be forced to blind pick Jhin, but it will be the Ezreal once again being picked up by Honey. So CGA now actually have the choice. Do you want Ashe or do you want Jhin? Both of them still available to CGA. It's interesting to actually see, now that we're this far in, is that Karma has not received nearly as much priority as in other regions. Especially into Volibear, it can be a good pickup, but right now Nap says, you just keep locking Volibear, I'll just keep locking Renekton. This is a best of 5 on the teams overall, but as it stands right now, Nap and Armic are looking at this as a best of 5 in the Renekton into Volibear matchup. As CGA, this is sort of exactly what I was just talking about. If Hawks Gaming are not willing to switch it up and challenge CGA on different fronts, CGA don't need to change what they're doing. This time it will be Ezreal and Zoe picked up, so a little bit poke-oriented for Hawks Gaming. Volibear doesn't exactly synergize with poke comps as well. A little bit less defensive in nature, but you're playing with what you got, and right now Hawks Gaming have a potential poke comp on their side. Banning away the Trundle this time, though. Not going to let CGA have that one again. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a Sylas ban coming out as well. I will say, out of all these drafts, if CGA are just repeating performance, they easily can just keep forcing Aramic back onto the Volibear, as it has done it's just been negligible in all of these games. And if Aramic is going to be in this position where he's constantly split pushing, I'd like to see something like either Camille or even a Fiora or a Jax at this point. If you're just going to play for the later ends, why not pick hyper-scaling teams? If CGA are not going to pour the pressure on, why not pick options that guarantee you better ends of the late game? And yeah, okay, Hawks Gaming, yes, please, thank you. I would have been so sad if we just saw a Leona locked in right away again by Hawks. They will switch over to the Thresh this time. Offers a little bit of defense for their comp. So much happier to see that as opposed to the Leona again, but we'll see if CGA are the ones who switch it up in response here. Nautilus can be played again, not a bad option, so we'll confirm that the set is moving into either the jungle or the mid lane. But we'll see what happens with our last pickup here. Plenty of options for Arya. Cassio would certainly be an interesting one that we haven't seen in a while, but goes for the Syndra once again. Didn't have the best time laning into a Zoe last time, but there's no Lee Sin threat this time around, and we'll see if Hawks Gaming are switching up their draft at all, and a Gangplank. Okay, Hawks Gaming, this is what I like to see. This is a better pickup, scales very well, will mean that Nap can get a little bit of value out of the Renekton early on if he plays the lane correctly. But I'm very happy to see a Gangplank. Works amazingly in this comp. Having the zone control that the barrels offer to allow Zoe and Ezreal to do the damage that they want at a safe distance could potentially be a zoning tool. If anyone gets caught out with a W, you can set up the barrels to slow them in. You can use the cannon barrage to buy your team space, or to potentially catch if you get the desirable scenario where you want to be catching them and running them down. It's so sad because once again I'm looking at Hawks Gaming's comp and I think to myself, yeah, I really like their comp. I think it's solid. This, even more than game 1, I like Hawks Gaming's comp on paper. But as it stands right now, CGA have just been playing like the better team, and Hawks Gaming just have not quite found an answer. Looking at trying to repeat their performance from game 1 in just a little bit more desirable circumstances, don't think this is a bad option. You almost pulled out game 1 realistically. Now they're switching around a couple of the details. I'm hopeful for Hawks Gaming this time around. I think they can do it. I'd like to see them get on the board at least once, but CGA just, the second they start team fighting, just seemed like such an impossible hurdle to try and jump over. And we'll see how things go. Hold on one second. I'm gonna refresh the stream real quick because it did have a slight buffer. So hold on just a moment for me. Okay, gonna be coming back here. There we go. Should be all set there. But
なるほど。そんな中で重要なゲーム3となっています。
staring at potentially tournament life here, I'm a little bit worried when I look at Hawks Gaming and I see them kind of trying to repeat their Game 1 performance. It's something that I would have liked to see them run it back on Game 2 and then look at potentially changing things up, but Game 2's draft feels like they kind of even got like opened up a little bit and they didn't try changing it on CGA, and it's one thing to play game 1, lose, and then run it back on game 2 and lose again and then say, okay, now we need to change. Now I'm really worried that they're coming back to it on game 3 and they're saying, okay, well, maybe we can try this and just fix a couple of our mistakes. Do have a little bit of extra time to review that game and try to find out what your weaknesses were. But Hawks Gaming need to be able to pull this one through, and if you can beat them on the first style comp, then it puts the onus on CGA to be making adaptations. The risky part is, of course, that they have a potential 3 games to try and adapt to Hawks Gaming, so CGA are in a great spot regardless, being 2-0 so far. And we'll see if CGA are able to hold strong and send Hawks Gaming home, but I think one of the other things that is going to be an issue for this one is Volibear in the jungle. A little bit less proactive, is a little bit harder to get ganks off than, say, a Lee Sin or a Rek'Sai. And there's not a whole lot of gank options on the table. Very hard to gank Syndra if she has stun available, or if she has the Scatter the Weak available. You're not going to be really looking at the top side so much, as Nap is just going to be on Renekton. He'll be 1 to 2 levels on you just due to the XP differentials between jungle and laners. And going bot lane, if you're not setting up desirable scenarios, you could easily just get blown apart by a Jhin. Is a little bit on the weaker end early, and with an Ezreal you definitely can push him out, but we'll see how things go. Alright, and as we're loading back in onto the Rift once more, a familiar set of runes and champions here on both sides. Now, I do kind of want to talk about the Gangplank as a difference in this game. Gangplank has actually been somewhat underrated in the LJL specifically. Was very, very popular in Spring Split when it was a little bit more meta to have Gangplank and scaling top laners and things of that nature. But now Gangplank has sort of kind of fallen to the wayside as a little bit more sinful champions are more popular. And then there's things like Wukong and the like that will all in you on the side lanes. But that doesn't take away from the benefits that Gangplank offers to a draft. Very good at zone control, can build into crit if he needs to just have that burst potential, but can also play a little bit more tanky if he needs to, building things like Sterix or just more HP items in general. And while the AI does benefit Hawks Gaming, the history books seem to be benefiting CGA. So it could be looking at a clean 3-0. It's a great way to start the playoffs on the right foot, but we'll see how Hawks Gaming are able to manage this one. CGA are wandering up here. We'll get spotted out on a ward on their way in, but we'll get a bit of deep vision. That ward doesn't actually spawn the Krug camp, though, I think they did see Tussle on him briefly, so they will see that he did 3 camp. His way to 3 is he's immediately going for an invade here. He's gonna find Unica. They're gonna look at each other, and Tussle's just gonna be backing away here. Gonna be forced to flash over the wall. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Tussle was trying to loop around for a gank. They thought that it was sort of a read on Hawks Gaming's end that Gango and Grendel went up for a ward deep there, and Tussle thought he had to circumnavigate it, but we'll see if they're going to be able to dodge out on this gank as well. Flashes, and that's going to mean Honey's going to eat the dredge line. Ignite going to burn him down. As Unica did end up getting that kill, I think the red buff ticked over onto him, but now Tussle on this crab is a little bit risky. You might end up in a fight here as Honey's teleporting back in. Tussle's going to find the E onto him. Unica chasing him down here. Arya flashes forward, will get the stun in the end, as Sleepy Trouble Bubble's gonna find his way on there. Dasher's gonna be able to get a lot of damage over. Honey immediately paying back that favor. Arya does find a kill, but he's way overextended for it. Crit shot's gonna come in, but not enough to knock him down. That's a long reload animation. And that's gonna be Hawks Gaming finding their 4th kill here. 2-4 is the kill count, as a great punish on over-aggression from CGA. Arya had to chase almost back to the tier 2 on the opposite end just to get that kill. And now Honey just found himself 3-1 after being first blooded. So we'll watch this one more time. Pooh goes for the flash here and leaves Grendel to eat the dredge line. He goes down in the end after he even burns his flash. And this was just sort of, Unica goes a bit too aggressive. It was a fine situation. You know you have man advantage, but Honey already channeled his teleport back in. So getting this kill was just, you had to go so deep. You're burning both Arya's sums just to chase him down. And then at that point, you're forcing Jin into a fight he just can't win. What if Jin cannot knock you down on the first bullet rotation? Early game reload is just a bit too long for him to try to overcome, and it sets him up in just awkward positions. And very unfortunate for CGA there, but Hawks Gaming, not an overall very heavy gold advantage, but for Honey specifically, the advantage is going to pay dividends, and we'll see what Hawks Gaming are able to make of it. 2-4 so far. This is the most early action we've seen. Well, the top lane will remain fairly quiet for now. We'll see if Hawks Gaming can kind of keep up this pace, forcing fights out and punishing Jin for being a little bit weaker outside of just some bullying that he can do. Grendel's going to come over the wall here with that Hex Flash. Dasher going to be burning his own actual flash there to dodge out on a stun. While in the top lane, Ultimate's going to be popped there. Should have oranges to eat. Should be able to get away from that one, but we'll allow Nap a little bit of time to push in that mid lane wave as Dasher's being aggressive once more. Gonna find a sleep, gonna find a paddle star, but not gonna go forward. The portal jump was just a little bit too short off of cooldown, but you can't even risk going for that auto because 1 or 2 turret shots combined with Arya's ultimate could easily have just been a way that kill gets traded back before you know it. So Dasher will just take the opportunity to shove in a lane. What you make Arya miss in the trade-off there will hopefully be payment enough for honestly just a good set of trades coming out from Dasher. While Dragon is on, it looks like Unica wants to go for a steal, has higher smite value, so he can go for this one, as Zoe's going to be able to pick that one up. Tussle actually knocked down Grendel in the midst of all that, but Nap's going to flash over the wall, going to find the support. The stun's going to find the jungler. CGA are going to pick up 2 kills in the wake of that one. Won't even up the Drake count, but will even up the gold count, as Hawks Gaming are going to pay 2 kills to get that Cloud Drake. You understand the situation that Hawks Gaming are in that scenario where you're saying that Arya had to back. We can try to force a play here, but I think the sort of that ultimate actually did a little healthy amount of damage there. this possibly should have been an opportunity that Hawks Gaming were looking to force a fight on, as you have man advantage, but the hook lands, gets traded with the dredge line. That's sort of how that play always goes. And then Nap opts to teleport in, and only a cannon barrage coming out from the gangplank. He does not opt to teleport as well. So Hawks Gaming, not a terrible position overall. You know, you're still even. It's just less than desirable. I would have liked to have seen Hawks Gaming really take a turn there, is just what I think the takeaway from that one is. But we'll see how things go for the rest of this one, as Hawks Gaming are being very aggressive onto this red side. They have pressure on this side of the map, so it's not a bad position to be in, but Tussle's still waiting on level 6 at the moment, means they're not going to be too keen on turret diving. Unica will just be taking that time over on the Rift Herald here. Sort of a hard position for Tussle, where he wants to contest this Rift Herald, but he doesn't have any camps up on this side, so he's not going to hit 6. He's not going to be paying himself for being on this side of the map. He might be able to hit 6 off of Krugs, but it's still a big ask, and now he's kind of just not wasting time. He's still trying to contest over for it, but the vision control is just stiffly in the favor of CGA, and with Renekton into Gangplank, this was one you knew you were going to have to pay for when you lock in the Gangplank. So with Pooh here, I still don't think it changes anything. You can throw a pink ward over the wall all you want. There's no fight that's to be had here, especially while CGA rotated their bot lane up. Should just be a little bit of damage over from Dasher. No real kill pressure in that kind of scenario, but as it stands right now, Hawks Gaming, fine position to be in. You are not at any real... You're not at any real threat. You're still retaining just a slight gold advantage, but you're still waiting for your Gangplank to be scaling up. You're still waiting on Dasher to be able to complete his first item. But CGA are looking to reach that one just a little bit sooner, as Ultimate's going to go down. He's trying to clear out the wave as fast as possible, and the Barrel's going to help out on that one, so he should just be able to deal with the Rift Herald in relative safety. But he might need help from his friends soon if Unica decides to stay, but he is going to be channeling his back on the other end of the map here. I will say the thing I am worried about with Hawks Gaming is just this inactivity. Once again, you've seen CGA just come out. This is now CGA being even with you at this point in the game. Where are you learning how to navigate team fights better than CGA that makes this feel like it's worth it to go even right now? So I'm struggling to find how Hawks Gaming are going to be battling back into this one, and ooh, Aramik. Definitely thought about going for that one, but thought better of it, as Nap did still have Dominus up and available. As for now, Hawks Gaming will just be enjoying the farm lane just as much as CGA is. Slight farm advantage to Honey in the bot lane, but no real farm discrepancies anywhere else on the Rift right now. And with Ocean Drake hitting up the Rift here will mean that it is either Infernal or Mountain Soul, so relative souls, but hold on here. Pooh's just gonna get found by Grendel, gonna try to drag him back in, as Tussle's gonna pop ultimate to get back. Dasher picking up that kill. Good portal jump over there, and now they should be able to grab up this Ocean Drake, so a little bit closer to Soul. Maybe this is how Hawks Gaming want to try to win out on this one. You have a great team. You have a great comp to try and defend against CG or defend against objectives. You know, we've talked about it time and time again with how Zoe and Ezreal can set up a firing range once they have control of objective areas. And it's a little bit of a trend that red side on the map has control of the south quadrant of the red side jungle. So maybe this is how Hawks Gaming want to try and battle into this one, is 2 Drakes already in their name. They will lose first turret over to Nap, but as it stands right now, first turret going over to top laners in the past 2 games has not really shown up in any meaningful manner, as Gango did just DC there. Well, I think Nap just DC'd as well. I would really hope that CGA's power did not go out at their team house. That would be very tragic, but we will be going into a pause here nonetheless.
特にガングプランクをどんどんいじめ抜いていくという戦術が取れると、そこにどうしても対応しなければいけないというところを SHG としても取らなければいけない。
And while we are taking a pause here, do want to remind you guys we do have another series coming up after this. Will be a Burning Core versus DFM, which in all honesty I think is the closer one of the two, and so far seems to be the case as CGA are up 2-0 in the series right now. I will be doing my best to try and cast through that and see if I can cast both of them tonight. I would like to, but again, I am a one-man operation here. It is less than desirable to, you know, make that work. Although nobody likes to cast League of Legends on an online cast. We're in the COVID era, and it is hard to find a co-caster. But you know what? We're here making it work. We're enjoying quality League of Legends for the LJL, and personally, that's all I can ask for. You know, I do kind of want to take a little bit of this time to talk about how interesting it is that CGA can kind of consecutively pull this off. You know, I made the comparison earlier of CGA to like a 2019 SKT. And just how they posture for team fights. They have a very all-star mid laner that they can rely on. And then just every team fight seems to be going CGA's way. It feels like that's a style that they can consistently pull off. This is sort of a desirable matchup for CGA in terms of style. You know, I used to talk about this a lot in FGC days, where sometimes it's not about the champion or the character matchups on paper. It's about the player matchups and how different sort of psychologies about the game and schools of thought about the game match up against each other. And in this one, it's just sort of CGA are kind of better at the lose lane, win game kind of style that you commonly see. Their team fights are just solid. Playing lane is just a real formality for CGA to get to the part of the game that they can roll over. I just think it is a bit interesting that matching up against Hawks Gaming, it is kind of this decisive. I'm sort of troubled by the fact that Hawks Gaming have not really tried to look at too many other opportunities. You know, you drafted the Rek'Sai, and the intention there sort of makes sense, right? Oh, be a little bit more active early on the map. I don't have my Lee Sin, so I might as well go for something that can play early, I can be aggressive on. But unfortunately, you know, if the rest of the comp is not going to play with it, it just doesn't really seem to work as well. So, a little bit sad for Tussle that he isn't able to strut his stuff on the Lee Sin as many times as he would like. But as it stands, he's kind of the one that you just would focus your ban attention on for any team playing into him. He's proven himself on the Lee Sin time and time again. And other than that, you can just ban away the meta mainstays because Hawks Gaming are just clinging to the meta right now. They're just saying, well, these champions are good in other regions, so we should be drafting them up. But I definitely think Hawks Gaming are a team competent enough that they can play other styles. They can play, dive carries. If you want to give Dasher the Aurelia he loves so much, give it to him. Give Armic give Armic the Wukong that he's played so many times in the past. There are options available that Hawks Gaming just kind of seem to be passing up because they feel like they want to play a traditional style of League of Legends right now. And CGA just kind of seem to have their number for it. In a good position so far for this game, and hopefully that will carry through for them. As Honey is going to ult that way, he's going to try to shove that one in before he gets his next back off. Very accelerated in gold so far, having about a 30 CS lead on top of those 3 kills he was able to pick up. That would mean he's about almost 1,000. He's almost about 1,000 gold ahead of Gango in isolation. Purely due to that. Now, a lot of that gold is traded back over to Nap in the top lane, who already got first turret, but like we mentioned, gold on the top laners has just not been that relevant in this matchup specifically, especially as the later this game goes, the more likely Armic is to just not even be in dash range of Nap. He's just going to say, yeah, once you're level 13, you got barrels, and we all know how much Gangplank loves his barrels, and just playing at ranges, he'll just be throwing them out as much as he can, and farming from a distance. One of the other things that I think Gangplank himself kind of benefits in this kind of a game is you got caught so many times by members of CGA in the last game. That was pretty much how CGA evened up the gold count before they started team fighting. A little bit harder to catch the Gangplank as he knows the value of he knows the value of vitamin C, and as we all know, vitamin C stands for vitamin catch. So he's not going to be too liable there. He should be able to escape out on that one. Well, it looks like it is going to be a trade of turrets, top and bottom of the map. It really benefits CGA in terms of map position, although Hawks Gaming has an opportunity to snowball a couple things. You can grab top turret, you can grab the Rift Herald now that it's spawned up, and then you can use that to crack open the bottom side. But Dasher might be the one who's targeted here, as Utica's going to be running at him. Lantern's going to pull him to safety. They're going to finish the Scuttle Crab. They're trying to finish the Rift Herald too, but there's a lot of members on their way in, and as it stands, Honey's still working on that turret up towards the top side. So it looks like Nap's going to be the one to want to fight this off. He's going to do a lot of damage to Tussle, going to force out the ultimate, as it will reset, and Armic's going to get a turret on the bottom end as well, so even if you didn't get the Rift Herald, you got the turret that it would have paid for anyway, so you might just be able to pass this over, as Hawks Gaming are really just kind of looking to harass and be annoying if they can. That's going to be CGA grabbing up that Rift Herald, as Arya will force the flash out. I don't know if Armic needed to flash there. I think he would have survived if he just ate his oranges. You do fear Arya a little bit. He is 2-1, and we all know what kind of damage a Syndra does when she presses her R key in just the highest execution level way possible. So Armic gonna burn his flash there. Should be fairly safe, as Mountain Drake spawning up in 10 seconds. Even if you give this one over to CGA because of the flash disadvantage, it's not a bad position to be in, but a depth charge Not going to be a bad position for Hawks Gaming either. Is Pooh going to, with a great lantern, just to pull him out to safety. That's going to be a good cooldown burned so far. And we'll see what Hawks Gaming are able to make of it. You got to clear out the Rift Herald while CGA are on the Mountain Drake. We'll see if Contest is going to come through. Why are you buffering now? Oh, okay. We'll keep going from here. We will keep going from here because this fight might be an opportunity for this game to blow up in either direction. And CGA is on a good flank here. Gonna find a stun there onto the support. Pooh not gonna find. You're joking. Why now? Oh, hold on, we're still going here. As we're gonna have the fight continuing here. Zoe's gonna find one. It's a 2-for-1 so far, but Hawks Gaming are cleaning up this fight. That's gonna be Honey picking up the one extra kill there, and Nap gonna be routed here. If Armic has another barrel, they might be able to catch him, but the Sleepy Trouble Bubble goes in, and that's gonna be Dasher picking up that kill. I do apologize that, of course, right as the fight decides to break out, my stream decides to go down you know, we can't say that word on broadcast. But either way, in this similar spot kind of seemed to be CGA for this fight, as Arya finds a good stun here to start things off, but it just wasn't quite able to be capitalized off of. Pooh with a great look on that hook, sacrifices himself to go in, put down the box, and ultimately, that flash from Syndra actually got him most of the distance there. And he puts the box down in just the perfect position. Every member of CGA either has to retreat into the box or run through Tussle. And he was happy to set up that situation. So honestly, good stuff to Pooh. Blinking HP bar is all you need to just drop the box before you go down. And Hawks Gaming now finding themselves a 4K gold advantage here before 20 minutes. This is the furthest advantage I think Hawks Gaming has had so far. At 11-5 and on the precipice of Seoul. This is the best position you can ask for if you are Hawks, or you've had so far if you are Hawks Gaming. You'd like to continue being able to stress that issue. And as the teleport's coming in here, it looks like Dash is trying to reinforce the mid lane here. Tussle retreating up towards the top side there. For now, Armic on the bottom end is just going to enjoy his time free farming. And this is... And I was going to say, Armic needs to be getting out of there shortly. But this is sort of interesting from CGA, is kind of Armic's lane clear speed being so ramped up on something like Gangplank as opposed to Volibear really starts to make the issue of taking a team fight harder for CGA. And this is possibly what Hawks Gaming were going for when drafting up the Gangplank, is you want to have something with faster lane clear speed so that you can try and drag CGA around the map. Nap is always going to want to rotate for a team fight. So in the moments that he does, you need something that can shove in the lane quickly and punish that immediately. But right now, CGA marching up the mid lane. Hawks Gaming need to find their way back around here, as they do have a great flank coming in here. That's going to be Dasher and, Dasher and Tussle coming in, but not quite going to be able to capitalize off of. A little bit worried about the re-engage coming out from CGA. They'll let them back onto their side of the map for free. It's still just trying to hold down for now. Just enjoying the little state for what it is. Hawks Gaming, really, you don't want to be stressing, you don't want to be forcing any issues until it comes time for this Mountain Soul. You're in a great position. No need to squander it off of silly fighting that would not net a whole lot of value. 2 minutes to that Mountain Soul. And CGA opening up this bottom end of the map will allow them to hopefully put up vision and set up a fighting chance for them. Well, this is also Arya going in for the Spellbinder here. Now onto the side, or in his second item slot. Not going for the Void Staff right away, as he's recognizing a little bit less in the Magic Resist department, but I'm sort of curious for Arya. The Spellbinder does kind of let him get in range easier, which allows him to get to his phase rush to rely on that to get back out. So I do understand that intention. It's just sort of stacking up the 100 charges, or at least a decent amount of charges that will make that item worth it. As Hawks is just kind of throwing spells. This is the firing range that we always talk about, and they need to just kind of keep shooting if they want to find their way into the Mountain Drake pit. 40 seconds on its spawn timer. CGA are holding onto their ground effectively for now, as Tussle's going to be the one that needs to lead the charge here. Grendel just eating a ton of damage right there. He's been getting a ton of Zoe poke and Ezreal poke stacked on top of him, as the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is going to find him. No immediate ability to capitalize damage, but that's going to be Unica kind of caught in an awkward spot there. Gets locked to the dunk animation and actually gets burned down by Honey, as Grendel's flash goes wide there. Honey able to chase down. CGA kind of got routed in different directions. The ultimate's going to knock down the bear, and Nap's going to do what he can to try and clean up this fight. He's going to go golden, which will allow Dasher to escape, and the Paddle Star going to be able to help knock down the top laner there. Blinking HP bars, but Hawks Gaming are alive for now. Beautiful find from Arya, punishing the portal jump there, but that means Honey can go all in here. No ultimate and nothing needed. That's just going to be a dead Syndra. Gango's trying his best to run away. Hawks Gaming are really just kind of biding their time. Teleport coming out here. Armic looking for a flank? I'm not entirely sure what the teleport was from Aramic there. I think maybe he thought that Jhin was going to be running down to the wave and he might be able to cut him off, but just kind of retreated back to his side there. And this was Unica getting routed, and just in different ways, every member of CGA got caught awkwardly out and around. Grendel gets caught out, and Honey's just able to jump over the wall safely because he knows he has a 1v1 with everyone that he was looking at. And that's the risk of Volibear as a solo tank, is you're never going to get the opportunity to react with your R if Arya is just blowing you up before you get the chance. And this is just a great punish from Arya. Great reaction. Good just recognizes the portal jump over the wall, can see it from the minion wave. And a great punish, even if he ends up trading for it. Adds an extra kill over to him, and honestly, Arya doing the most in that fight to try and find value. Now, the risk, of course, is that Gango is picking up a couple items here. He's starting to get a little bit stronger. The downside is you're about an item behind Honey, who just got that huge gold steroid off in the beginning, and now that's Hawks Gaming with Mountain Soul. It becomes that much harder for you to try to push past Arya. Not going to be able to ult anyone and blow them up the same way he did. That doesn't mean that Hawks Gaming can be reckless with their engages, but it does mean that little extra bit of protection does allow Aramic to be going for that crit build with a little extra safety. As the E lands, that's going to be the call for Tussle to go in before he's forced to ult back out. They will be able to find the support in the meantime. Sleepy Trouble Bubble should mean that Unica goes down there. Mystic Shot's gonna find his mark there as, oh, a beautiful snipe onto Arya there. That's gonna mean that he goes down as well. Gango and Nap, the last remaining members, shouldn't be able to stop the Hawks Gaming on their way to the Baron Pit. It's a nice snipe from Honey there. As this is exactly what you want if you are a Hawks Gaming. You'd like the front line to live a little bit longer, but you don't always get that. For now, Hawks Gaming are just doing a great job of finding a lot of initial damage off of poke and then just running down the members of CGA. They have not been able to find CGA hasn't been able to find the catches that they normally have been, which credit to Pooh, Tussle, and Armic for playing a little bit more reserved, not being as liable to being caught. as this was just sort of the exact same scenario, but this different end of the coin. Tussle, great way to start that off there. And that was Dasher. The paddle star connected to Arya after whiffing on Unica. And then that Mystic shot finds his way. Genko not able to tank that one for his mid laner there. Without, of course, having to trade his own life for it.
さあ追い込まれたクレストゲーミングアクト、ここは一旦冷静になってブルーバフのスティールから、
まあここから逆転するにはもうエルダードラゴンしかないですから、そこを狙いたいんですけど。
And as it stands right now, with Baron off the map, Mountain Soul in security, Hawks Gaming can be as aggressive as they like. As stun landed doesn't mean a whole lot for Honey. He's trading more than his fair share of damage back. As the ultimate's gonna fly in, not gonna find anything.
かなりアリア選手のスタンも入ってはいるものの、やはりもうデスダンスが完成していると。
Not gonna find anything except for that mid turret, of course. And now Aramic is gonna be actually grouping up here. He's with the team. He's ready to play. They're looking to try and knock down this mid lane turret. They can be fairly aggressive. They do have almost an 8k gold advantage in their name, so pushing up here is not a bad option. Just zoning away with those Zoe Ezreal spells.
ここは全員寄せています福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング。ダッシャーは少し
And it should just be a dead inhibitor unless CGA find a fight here.
ここでインヒビターの獲得に成功。
But at this point, it's just so hard to engage on them as they rotate now over to the bottom side of the map, looking to do the exact same thing there. And there's no objectives for Hawks Gaming to turn their attention to, so right now, CGA just kind of need to tank this one. And credit to Hawks Gaming this game. You found an early advantage and they were able to kind of move with it throughout the game. With sort of CGA being the master of their own destiny as they kind of set themselves up in a less than desirable scenario. And Hawks Gaming seem to be running away with this. They knocked down that last turret. Honey going a little bit deep there. Whoa, that was an arcane shift right in their faces. And we'll see if CGA are able to recover the fight off of that. It's a 1-for-1, jungle for jungle. As CGA are forced to retreat now, that will be the inhibitor going down. Honey's trying to chase in there to find the kill. He will go forward there. Beautiful lantern is the difference between life and death of that stun there as Honey's trying to retreat back out. They cannot quite chase them down. Just a little bit too tanky for that one. As that's going to be Nap falling as well. Hawks Gaming pushing in here. They should be able to find Arya. They should be able to knock down these turrets. And Hawks Gaming, 8-22, may have just found their stride as Dasher should be going down here. Just sort of a parting gift over to the mid laner of Hawks Gaming as they're just going to knock down this inhibitor. Game 1 on the board for Hawks Gaming. They're going to a game 4.
本当に最序盤のボットの少数戦が序盤からの流れを一気に作り出したと。
Was just sort of Hawks Gaming. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised at an outcome like this, right? We did talk about how in game 1, this was Hawks Gaming had a couple things that they needed to clean up, and it easily could have been their win. This time, it just looked like they found their cleanup, and ultimately, game 1, you did get a nice little boost in the early game, but less mistakes overall. Fixed the game nicely. This could have been a terrible mistake by Honey as he did arcane shift forward right in the faces of 5 members. Was a bit risky, but playing with Mountain Soul, you might as well be aggressive, and it ended up netting Hawks Gaming and opening on the win there. So good stuff to them. Gonna be taking a quick break once again before we get into our next game here. Don't go anywhere if you are looking forward to that. I'm gonna rest my voice, refill on water in the meantime, so don't go anywhere.
何度もマイブリンクをしてQを当てに行く動きですよね。でこうスレッシュがあるとキャリー2人の動きにぐっと幅が広がるようなそういったゲーム展開でもありますね。あとは何といってもガングプランクのピックでしょう。
はい、これ聞きましたね。
実際そのナップ選手の動きというのをかなり止めてましたし、テレポートの差がある時間帯でも一斉砲撃で、しっ っかりとチーム全体を支えることもできてましたから、ちょっとこの辺りの修正っていうのを CGA としては行っていく。ただレベル3での少数戦がちょっと問題だったようにも見えましたけどね。
ドラフトの問題というよりということですよね。ゲーム内でのあの
段階でちょっと
はい
仕掛けてしまうのはかなりリスクが高かったのかなという印象はありましたね。
ただここで福岡ソフトバンクチーム取り返してゲームカウント 2-1、次取ればもうタイに持ち込むことができるわけですから、
ここで1勝取れた、
はい
さらには新しく脅威を出してそこしっかり取れたというのも大きいと思いますね。
ちょっと相手に対して対応を迫るような形での勝利になりましたからね。
はい、
さあ続いてのゲーム4も注目になります。それではここで一旦インターバルです。おっとフラッシュでアリアスタンを当てた。スリープバブルを足元に敷いて、さらには白宣告フックを当てたのはブー。さあユニカにバースト合わせて福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングが1キル獲得。ハニーはテレポートで合流できている。さあここで一気に反転、福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングハニーがダブルキル。ガンゴに狙いを定めてそのままトリプルキルまで持っていった。さらにはグレンデルも怒り投げフックを伸ばして距離を取るが、追うのはダッシャー。最後はスリープバブルで締めて福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングが4キル獲得です。ハニーは回り込んで合流を図ろうとします。フーのフック、さあグレンデルもフックを返した。スリーブバブルグレンデルに入っている。さあどちらが取るか。福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングが抑えた。ドレイクは抑えた。さらに1キル獲得にも成功しているが、ナップがテレポートがやってきてめった切りのスタンプーに入れた。そしてアリアの闇の波動のスタンがタッスルを捕まえて2キル獲得。クレストゲーミングアクト 2-1 トレード。正面から見ているがアリアのスタン入った。さあそこにスネア合わせる。おっとただフック、さらにはスリーブバブルプーがついていって、最後はハニー。さあさらにはダッシャーのバーストが届いてグレンデルも打ち取っている。さあ一気に前に出て福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングガンゴにも届いているぞ。さあナップに、あとはナップに届くかどうか。これは届きそうだ。エース獲得が福岡ソフトバンクゲーミング。おっとグレンデルにスリープバブル入っているぞ。フックを伸ばしますが当たりません。しかしタッスルのスタンがユニカを捕まえている。フェイスブレーカーショーストッパー返そうとしますがハニーがその間に倒しきった。バクライはスリーマンノックアップとなっているが、そのグレンデルローヘルス見逃さずにハニーがダブルキル。さらには一斉砲撃スローが入る。闇の波動のスタンを返してここはタッスルを打ち取っているのはアリアです。さあナップが攻めきの怒り。さらに今スライスアンダイスめった切りミートカットで1キルというシーンですが、ダッシャーにはスキル残っていた。うまく距離を取って逆に飛び込んできたナップをさばいているのは福岡ソフトバンクゲーミング。おっとこのローヘルスのダッシャーがアリアによって倒されています。ハニーはしかしここで前に出る動き、レジェンダリーだ。さあトップがスピードを上げてアリアにプレッシャーをかける。スタンを返したのはアリア。カルのゾーニングを機能しています。さらにハニーが強気に前に出たがここはスタンを返している。さあしかしハニーのフラッシュアウトは間に合った。入れ替わる形でタッスルが飛び込んだんですが、ここはユニカのショーストッパー。しかしハニーを捉えることはできていない。1ストレートの状況か。さらにはダッシャーがフリーズダメージを出す。全体的に体力が低いのでクレストゲーミングアクト一旦行きたいがグレンデルにスリープバブル。さあハニーのミースティックショット、そしてアーケージシフト。さらには闇の波動のスターはプーのランタンが間に合う。さあナップなんとしてもハニーに届こうと前に強引に出ていくんですが、ここもスリープバブル。そしてタルのダメージはハニーのダメージ。レジェンダリーハニーが捕まらない。フィナーレ展開。ここでもダブルキルハニー。さあ福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングこのゲーム3取り返せるか。ユミが復活からなんとか1キル返すのはクレストゲーミングアクト。ただ福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングネクサスを破壊しゲーム3勝利したのは福岡ソフトバンクゲーミングとなりました。
LJL 2020 brought to you by Ipopitan de, the LJL official drink partner. Passion, respect, pride, energy, all for the team, all for the win, all all for the dream. Give it all. Aito! Ippa!
出前感出前がスイスイスイ熱々熱々届くよ出前がスイスイスイ出前感出前がスイスイと出前館で検索海行きたいけど行けない夏はシーフード夏はシーフード日焼けしたいでもできない夏はシーフード夏はシーフードサマーベケーション Let's see food なんだけど夏はシーフードなんだけど Let's see food なんだけど夏はシーフード夏はニジン
Is there anything you can do? これ見積もりもう一回やり直して。Where did the figures come from?
彼はいい。はい。期待できます。ちょっとチャンスを与えてみるか。はい。君、もう少し責任のある仕事をしてみないか。はい。君には役員の椅子を用意した。その能力を会社のために発揮してくれないか。社長、
お断りします。僕はこの椅子で十分です。むしろこの椅子がいいんです。
譲れない椅子がある AK レーシング。
One of the realest, we the toughest, about to kill it. We breaking through all your ceilings, so watch it, Japan to level up. When it's time for the battle of our lives, League of Legends will rise. No biggie, see this a rebel punch. It's one team, one dream. Let me tell you this in all fairness, that we fearless. Hope you hear this. If you careless, we defeating everybody on your tier list. We got the fight in our heart, the light of the dark. We overcoming struggles till we stand tall. I mean the biggest comeback of all time, like I'm soldiers. Support for my team, so we can't fall. See, legends never die, that's a fact. When I'm back against the wall, you know we gotta react. So we ready to go to war, about to even the score. Till you believe in it more, then we launch our final attack. Let's go. When the lights go out and the sun goes down, we don't show no fear in this ghost town. We will fight our fight, look this beast in the eye. So many rooms to choose, we ain't got time to die. We ain't got time to die, everybody on my spot, we so alive. We ain't got time to die, everybody on my spot, we so alive. We ain't got time to die, everybody on my spot, we so alive. We ain't got time to die. broke them all apart for you. Telling my mom that we gon' be together made her mad. We started to argue till she seen I'm trying to feed the fan. But part of the problem is she seen the way you treat a man. Start him, chart him, depart him, then retreat with the bag. I'm looking for long term, not a phase on love like I'm Big Worm. Smokey, let the cig burn. Remember those feelings that you gave me? Nights I was lost, but you came along and saved me. Times I was scared, but helped me face my fears bravely. Gave me the blueprint, not gonna lie, that was crazy. That's a fact. So for the record, I'ma just put this on record that I'm here to help you get your this shit together. Bring the essence back. What's the matter with you? Why you change your tune? You got me running out. What's the matter with you? Why you gotta change your tune? You got me running out. You got me running out. Look, I never clouded my vision. I'm overcoming struggle. I clown around, but these problems too much to full juggle. I'm steady building while they waiting for me to crumble. Man, I swear to God, they make it hard for me to keep it humble. I lost one of my brothers earlier this year. It's just a constant reminder that life ain't really fair. It's just a matter of time before we all make it there. So till we meet again, watch over me, I'm a record here. These niggas wildin', they sweating, stressing, and pressing here. While I'm just rhyming, expressing lessons I had to share. Like if you playing this game, then you should grow a pair. All these birds and seagulls, they feelings in the air. And I ain't psychic, but I swear it's quite predictable. Watching all they movements, and I'm sure you gon' predictable. These little critters is minions, that's just despicable. Cause me, I just laugh at these niggas, they looking pitiful. Just pray I fall off in your dreams. You better wake up now. No pyramid schemes. I'm so spirited. Teams diligent. Beams killing. It seems new. Feeling the villainous themes of the click, clack, clap, back. See how I leans with it. Cash rules everything around me. Cream with it. Undefeated Floyd Mayweather. Money team with it. Anytime I'm counting green to kill your self-esteem with it.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You can force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Eyes are wide open.
皆様こんにちは。 LJL2020 サマースプリットプレーオフラウンド1マッチ1の試合の模様をお送りしております。改めまして実況のイエガーです。解説はリクレッツさんです。よ
ろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
さあ先ほどの試合は、取り返してクレストゲーミングアクトに食らいついていきました福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング。さてここで、先ほどの試合のブレイクダウンを振り返っていきましょう。はい、こちらブレイクダウンになっています。福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング勝利の、ブレイクダウンとなるわけですけれども、
そうですね、しっかりと有利を、保ちきったまま、勝っていったと。特にエズリアルのやはり2コアできたタイミング、14分が明らかに早すぎるんですけれども、そこから一気に加速していきましたよね。
ダメージも出てますね。29,785。30分ゲームですからかなり高いダメージ量を叩き出しています。
あのタイミングでのトリプルキルというところで、SHG としてもこう余裕を持って、ゲーム臨めたと思いますから、次もこのような形で続けて落ち着いてゲームに取り組んでいきたいと。一方の CGA としては、かなり序盤のその、少数戦で、半ば事故のような形でガタガタといってしまいましたから、ここでゲーム3を引きずらずに、ゲーム4を切り替えてまた冷静にプレーしていかなければいけないと。ちょっとゲーム内でもフラッシュをうまく使えなかったり、逆にヘクスラッシュだと思ってフラッシュを使ってしまったりというところで、ちょっとプレーに雑なところが出てき始めてますから、切り替える必要がありそうですね。
少しそこを、チームで、切り替えることがまずはこのゲーム4の勝利というところになります。そのゲーム4勝利すればクレストゲーミングアクトは次のステージに進出ということにもなりますから、さあしっかりと切り替えできているかどうか注目です。さあドラフト始まったようなので見ていきましょう。ブルーサイドクレストゲーミングアクト、レッドサイド福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミング。サイド選択権は福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングが所有しており、レッドサイドを選択しました。ここで福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングがレッドサイド選択権、先ほどのいい流れをということなんでしょうか。
そうですね、あとはやはりどこが一つのレーンしっかりとカウンターが取れますよと、いうことを言ってるんですね。
おーっとファーストバンフェイズは、とりあえず見ていきましょう。福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングの方が変わりないんですが、クレストゲーミングアクトはサードバンにゾーイを入れてきています。先ほどの試合ではルシアンをこの枠に当てはめていたわけですが、そこを変えてゾーイ、そしてファーストピックでそのルシアン、これどうなんでしょう。
これはまだわからないですね、そのガンゴ選手が使う可能性というのも十分ありますし、あとアリア選手もルシアンが使える、ナップ選手が使うというイメージはないですが、ただ通常だとそのトップレーンで使われることも多いので、ちょっとどこまで、どこに行くのかというのはわからないですね。ただこの BO5 に向けて、ナップ選手がルシアンを仕上げてきている可能性もあるので、ちょっとわからないですね。
パッチ 10.16 でバフをもらったチャンピオンでもありますよね、ルシアン。
そうですね。
さあただ福岡ソフトバンクホークスゲーミングは先ほどからそのクレストゲーミングアクトがファーストピックで取っていた瀬戸を取り上げる形、そしてボリベアは継続。
それに対してグレイブス、ユニカ選手が得意としている、序盤強いグレイブスを取ってコントロール、もしながらゲーム全体をコントロールしていくようなプレー狙ってますね。ちょっとウィンレン
I've been muted this whole time. Whoa, hold on a moment. Okay, hold on, CGA. Getting a little bit creative here. We have a Lucian and a Lux coming out so far. I do apologize that I was muted for that beginning part there. But I did, just to kind of reiterate a few couple quick points, was I think one of the things that definitely made a difference was Armic getting a champion that has a little bit better lane clear and can shove faster. I think they used that to great effectiveness to pull Nap around the map and sort of differ him between, I want to go up there and I want to go help my team, and then I want to come back down and I want to catch these waves, and all the gold that went into Nap on the Renekton was useless in most of the games. But we'll hold those thoughts for now. CGA are drafting the Lucian and the Lux, and we have not seen a Lux without it being a Sona Lux combo. Now you're missing a couple of the other pieces. You typically run this alongside like a Shen and a Hecarim or something of that effect. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Sona Lux being coming out, but I like that we have a Lucian and a Lux right off the bat. Hawks Gaming are sticking to the meta, but CGA maybe looking to shake things up a little bit in this game 4. As Silas and Draven are both banned away. Draven is a Gango-specific ban, something that he's kind of been on before. Thresh as well. Going to be banned away, so Hawks Gaming. Yeah, Kali would be a risky one, but they're gonna send it anyway.
スレッシュがプー選手のピックなくなったので、セット
And I'm a little bit worried about what it could be running into. CGA still have a lot of options
チャンピオンを持たせる
on the table. They can pick a couple different
さあクレ
things.
ストゲーミングオクトはジンラックス
And this
も
leaves
ルシャンラックスも考えられます
Hawks Gaming a little bit of flex potential left in the draft, but
あとそしてそのチャンピオンは
that is going to be Camille locked in, most likely for Nap in the top
さあ
side
ただ
there.
こ
Unless,
れロリックとなるとルシアンラックスのボット
I'll be honest, it's a little hard to figure out exactly what CGA want to make of this draft as Vladimir is being locked in here.
選手の、トップ管理
CGA might be playing some interesting picks. I think it might be a Vladimir in the mid lane. And it is going to be a Lucian and a Lux in the bot
もち
lane.
ろんレギュラーシーズン中に使った記録は
Well, Hawks Gaming have their last pickup here. I would really not like to see a Lucian here because it's very, or excuse me, a Leona here because it's very hard to engage
まあレーンのところで
on a lane like Lux Lucian and expect to win out, as Lucian is a little bit stronger in the early end.
があまりにも多い
It's gonna be the Lulu locked in here, and
他のスキルでのカウンターというところを考えたわけですか
I'm a little bit at a loss to make heads or tails of what CGA's comp is exactly here.
クレストゲーミングオクトはミッドブラッドミアそしてトップレーンにカミール配置ボットレーンはルシアンラックス
There. Okay, so there's like two minor synergies on both sides. Lux and Graves kind of can work together. You can use the Lux E as like a sort of smoke screen that Graves can use. So you have like decent slows to try and deter engages. But then you can also say that Lucian and Camille have a little bit of synergy, where Camille can initiate with hookshot, and you can try to follow it up with Lucian's E to dash in and start doing damage. Caught on the in-between is kind of this Vladimir that I don't know what Vladimir is supposed to be doing here. It's gonna be hard for him to try and get in enough to do damage, especially if he ever gets the bear stood on top of him, or if he gets showstoppered. There's just a lot of time he's gonna be spent CC'd, and there's a distinct lack of frontline on the side of CGA. All of that being said, Honey on Ash is not the highest DPS ADC, or doesn't exactly blow up any of these members. So you do have that to look forward to a little bit, but the slows are just that much more punishing if you're not going to have a frontline that can really protect you.
うまくいかないというところが可能性としてはありますから、ダッシャー選手のまず動きと
I definitely think Dasher is capable of making this game work, but I'm not even entirely sure who his targets are supposed to be as an assassin in this game.
プー選手もプー選手でやはりスレッシュであったり
This one's gonna be a tough one, and the benefit for Dasher is that you actually can send Dasher in and Pooh can just drop the Hugify on him. You might be able to even find a knock-up off of that, but just give him the extra resistance stats and HP that he can be in there going deep, having fun, and Ash can just play safely behind the Set and the Volibear.
ラックスルルというような明治系のサポートが出てくるのがまあ一般的になってきているので
Post-draft, I have to hand this one to Hawks Gaming. I don't know how this comp is really supposed to be team fighting. I'm really curious to see what this Lux is doing in isolation. Not a Sona Lux. This is just an honest Lux support coming out from the side of CGA.
次のラウンドに向けての用意してきたピックという ありますよね高いです
So,
CGA としては、まあ1ラウンド余裕があるのでまだ隠してもよかったんですけど、ただそのチームの傾向として BO5 の5戦目まで
So if you are...
が良くないっていう部分もあったり
If you are Hawks Gaming here, Magic Resist is sort of hyper-incentivized right now, because Lucian will do a decent amount of damage regardless, but with the Bork passive, dealing magic damage, and then you also have Camille who's going to deal mostly true damage with the empowered Q, your real threats are Vladimir and Lux partially. There's a lot of magic damage potential. but just the overall damage potential is insanely high on the side of CGA. So you really need those resistance stats. You're gonna need all of the resistance stats to try and mount something here.
ボットレーンのところで使う場合もレフト専用だったぐらいにかなり難しいチャンピオンではあったんですけど、ただこのバフを受けて
Oh boy. All right. So Lucian, of course, as you do see here, was buffed on this patch, which is a bit nice. Oh man, I'm pretty excited to see this one from CGA. This is not the kind of comp you expect to be seeing. And to bring it out in Game 4, either CGA has plenty of confidence going into this one and Game 5, or we'll see something exciting. And while we're loaded in here now, so Grendel is of course going in for the Guardian on Lux here. That's sort of been the new meta for Lux's, is maxing W, getting that extra shield, utilizing the new Guardian that is fairly effective on a couple of the shield enchanters. So the lane is very important from CGA. I'm trying to figure out what exactly CGA's comp is trying to do here. I mean, not very strong mid lane, top lane can be kind of iffy. Camille does scale well with items and can turn into a monster, does have decent early trading. The actual hard part for Camille into Volibear specifically is how split Volibear's damage profile is. E does magic damage, passive does magic damage, and then you have the W, which does physical damage. So the shield that you get from Camille's passive can kind of be wonky and a little bit hard in this matchup. Especially with Volibear being so popularly started on a Doran's ring. I'm really curious to see what Gango's going to be able to pull off here with this lane here. As Grendel's going to be going forward. Actually, a beautiful Q landed. The binding landed. That's going to be Honey taking a lot of damage, and a late shield from Pooh is not going to save out any of that. On the top lane, a little bit of scrapping going on there. Not going to find the stun. So opts to just take the minion instead, while Dasher is going to be enjoying a little bit of the early lanes here, trying to bully out the Vladimir as hard as possible. And a good honk shot will spot Unica out, who is going for a almost full clear. He did stop for his chickens and raptors, so he will be hitting 3 off of that blue buff. So as it stands right now, Tussle is a little bit ahead in gold, but Unica will be going ahead after he picks up the Gromp, and left Tussle is able to find a gank opportunity on the bottom side. A couple pings coming out. They know he's around here somewhere. Although Tussle's going to skip right over the gank opportunity. He's going to go for the Scuttle Crab. And CGA should know that he's on it. They were actually very liable for a gank there, but Tussle opted to go for the crab first instead. Well, it's going to be an opportunity onto Aramic in the top side. He's going to get the stun off. I don't think they can go for a full dive. They could have gone for a full dive, actually. Unica did a lot of damage. Getting the buckshot to bounce off the wall right away actually adds a huge amount of immediate burst to Unica's damage. The risk is, of course, if he lands a W, the extra healing, you don't want to be chasing that down, as neither Nap or Unica are quite tanky enough to batter all the way through that. Well, Unica will have camps respawning from chickens back over to his blue side, so he does have at least that to look forward to on this next clear.
まさに 10.16 らしいドラフトになっています。
As far as this game is concerned, though, oh, hold on. Honey's gonna get aggressed up on. He's gonna be forced out to heal. He might be able to chase this one back in the other direction, but that's a lot of damage over to him. He's gonna be forced to back away there. Can maybe pop his biscuit if he wants to try and stay in lane to pick up this wave, but gonna opt out of that one there. No, he is gonna stay as. It's a hard situation. You don't want to be backing there, but with Drake coming up and CGA rotating over for it, you at least have the security that you're not just going to eat a straight Lux Q and die for it. Going to just be able to clear out the wave. You should get it back off shortly thereafter.
まさにそのお手本のような動きですね。
しっかりと見せてくれましたね。
さあ、インファーナルドリック獲得です。クレストゲーミングアクト。
Now, benefit to CGA is that their comp scales fairly well. Arya and Nap can both turn into very good late game players. Nap can be a great split pusher. Arya can even enter into a split push scenario if they want to try and 1-3-1 it. Well, you'll have Unica, Grendel, and Gango all in the mid lane, and that's a kind of hard squad to try and engage on with smoke screens, bindings, and Lux E's to just try and zone away the members of Hawks Gaming, or at least make it too hard to try and aggress onto them. So I don't... Hawks Gaming might need to be a little bit aggressive early, but it does take a bit of time for Vladimir to really come online, as well as Nap. Both of them are somewhat 2 to 3 item champions. So Hawks Gaming have a decent window to try and get plays started up. Also looking to get one started up here. He's running at Arya. Not going to be able to find anything there. Yeah, that's just sort of how things go with Vladimir. It's a very hard champion to try and bully all the way down, but Unica showing up every now and again just to kind of shove in the lane for him. Will sort of give him a bit of pseudo pressure there. And ooh, Dasher gonna get a little bit of damage from dashing in and out on that one. Still has W though and Flash, so Arya's not in any real danger. The biggest issue right now is that he can't quite walk up to the wave, and Dasher could potentially set up a freeze here if he gets the right setup, but would be everything for him if he actually was able to set up a freeze and just hold the lane there. Tussel's gonna be going in here. He's gonna face check Unica, who dashes away from him. He had top laner, or he had his mid rotating in first. Just isn't quite strong enough to really take a fight here. Right now, Grace's job is just kind of to stay alive, as you're having two lanes that are not expecting priority anytime soon. Bot lane is sort of iffy with prio. You can shove out decently if Lux helps shove out those lanes, but it's very hard to battle past multiple volleys from an Ashe. Most of the time, Honey has been very liable to burn him through his mana doing just that, but that's going to be a beautiful binding. The ultimate landed. Flashes. The auto's actually going to be enough to kill, but Tussel's going to pull him back in with the Facebreaker to trade that one over. Kill to Grendel. Traded for a kill on Tussle. He's going to use the Haymaker there just to block out a bit of that damage with that shield. I actually didn't think that auto was going to kill, but Grendel threw that one out. Honey flashed and ended up falling for it, so honestly, good stuff to Grendel to be able to find that kill. I actually love that Grendel held the binding as long as he did. We'll watch it here once again. So Grendel goes forward here throws the Q kind of late, waits for a potential flash from Honey, and the auto goes in. It does get the empowered auto. I couldn't see it with the exhaust on, but you do get empowered autos after landing a Lux spell. If you're autoing the target that was hit by the spell, you get that extra burst of damage on your next auto attack. And that's enough to knock down Honey in that one, so still advantage Hawks Gaming as the kill does go over to his support, and Tussle getting that kill means the gold is kind of where the gold goes benefits Hawks Gaming. But Tussle's a little bit aggressive. He doesn't have flash here, so it's a little bit risky. He does have bot lane rotating in first. Honey can just kind of pop Crystal Arrow as soon as it's off cooldown if he wants to. That's going to be Rift Herald at 2k HP, but the fight's going to go on to Arya. If Tussle can find an R. No, the Crystal Arrow's also going to go wide, and the re-engage here from CGA might be what they need, but Aramic happy to take up the brains on the front line. Still has ultimate available. Going to pop that one to try and get back out. Tussle going to be locked in with the Hextech ultimatum. He'll just get burned down here as CGA can back up to the Rift Herald. They secure it. They secure a kill. Not going to secure a second one as Dasher's going to dash away from that binding.
集団戦2回見事なスキルショットありましたね。
さあそのグレンデルのスネアからヘラルド獲得、そしてミッドのアウター
And that was just
一気にさらには3人でプレッシャーをかけていく。
そしてこのタープレードゴールドを得て、なおかつドレイクのコントロールまでできると、いやこれブラッドミアカミールの時間が
Jeez. I'm trying to really think about why these fights are kind of breaking out the way that they are, but as it stands, that was just, nobody's really tanky enough to go as long as they want. With Hawks Gaming kind of whipping on their engage setup there. Honey tried to hold the arrow until after the pool was done. He flashes out of it, and then at that point, Tussle was just way too deep. And he's forced to back up. A good polymorph onto Nap, but then again, Grendel finds a binding. Maybe it's the Lux support carry that we've always dreamed of. So expect your solo queue games to be littered with Lux supports as Grendel fans the world over are going to be trying out that option. For now, though, Hawks Gaming gonna be slightly on the back foot. Tussle's gonna cancel out on that Hex Flash. Still an opportunity available if CGA walk too far up, but as it stands, Tussle's just kind of not making the most of his time in trying to get down here, sneaking forward. Staying out of vision for now, but CGA are just not in a gankable state right now. And Tussle is losing his red buff on the other end of the map for it. He's gonna go check on the red side of CGA, but there's no camps up over there that are his to take. Arya taking the chickens away. This is just gonna be Unica taking a good little prize of his own. That's gonna be a lot of golden XP that Tussle's gonna miss. He makes his way over here to try and recover some of that, but it's too little too late on that front. That can easily start turning into a level advantage if Unica gets the better end of a couple more of those pathing errors. Or just Tussle waiting a little bit too long in the brush trying to make a gank work.
なかなか攻めあぐねている印象ありますよね、SHG。
As for now, just gonna return back to neutral ground. Nothing too worrisome on either end here. Unless Aramic is the one who wants to get things started off. The ultimate's gonna cancel out of the turret. There goes the dunk. Nap's just gonna go down here. Sort of an awkward dive here. Actually started with Dasher being willing to commit teleport there while Pooh tries to clear up waves in the mid lane. I don't think this is a dive that CGA can really go for, as there is still the risk of getting Crystal arrowed under turret. Lulu may be squishy, but not quite that squishy that you'll be able to run that one under turret. Not even getting turret on the top side is a little unfortunate for Hawks Gaming.
キルがかなり脅威となっていますか。
これでフラッシュがないとなると
But a well executed dive, of course, does instill a little bit of confidence in you, and it's not a bad position to be in. Tussel's gonna look to Hex Slash over the wall, unless Grendel can get to him in time. No, just not gonna find it there. Grendel's gonna put a ward up.
こうなるともうハニー選手がアルティメットを
Unless Pooh has Sweeper available, they will be able to knock out that ward on the top side. The lane swap for now is actually going in a little bit of awkward direction. Dasher's kind of in the ball, or playing both bases here, trying to cover. While we are swapped up to the top side for now. This is a sort of an interesting point of trade where Mountain and Herald are coming up at the same time, and we'll see which one teams value more. With both bot laners on the top end of the map already.
取れているので、ゴールドのアドバンテージを確実に得やすいリフトヘラルドを重視しているというローテーションですね。ただそんな中でテレポートの差がトップレーナー同士にありますから、SHG としてはそこをどうするかですね。
ナップはテレポートがある。対してアルミクはテレポートクールダウンです。
ここもうアルミク選手がここに殴りに行って殴り合い勝ってレーンの主導権を取らないと、テレポートを一方的にされてしまいますが。
And while we are returning to neutral, I do think it's kind of important to start looking at, you know, I always like to look at what's the ideal team fight for each team. How do you really execute on a team fight, especially for a team like CGA that's so team fight heavy? And honestly, I feel like CGA are just more than happy to enjoy chaos theory a little bit here, as the more chaotic the fight, the better. If Nap's able to find a 1v1 with the Hextech ultimatum, awesome. If Arya is... Vladimir is a champion that can easily enjoy chaos and make the most of it, so... Maybe it's just an issue of CGA need to set up their conditions to just fight anywhere and everywhere that they can once they have the items necessary. But Tussle, thinking about trying to find a fight of his own. No flash still available, but they can have inside track to the Drake here. Ultimatum's gonna go down onto Pooh. He's looking to try and knock him down, but he's in a little bit of a 2v1 while Tussle's forced to flash away. Oh, almost dies to the dragon. He will get sniped on the other end of things while Gango's trying to run away as best he can. Hugify's gonna go down onto Dasher to save him for now, but that's gonna be the ultimate thrown down there. Armic might live unless Arya flashes forward there. Gonna knock him down as Gango's trying to find a little extra damage as well. CGA going even on that fight, and nobody was able to grab up the Drake. Tussle got kind of sniped out by the Mountain Drake there. And in the end, that will at least allow CGA to grab up that turret. Dashed forward into a volley there, but no immediate punish up to Hawks Gaming there. And that's sort of exactly what we were talking about with CGA, just kind of enjoying the chaos of the map there. Nap goes forward and he says, alright, I'll go find my fight over here. You guys have fun. And Tussle gets a good engage here, but then ends up just going way too low because you're not dunking tanks. You're dunking one of what feels like 5 DPS carries on the side of CGA. Everyone is a threat. Everyone does damage. And CGA just kind of, if you're not taking decisive engages, if you're not addressing them all at once, it just sort of falls apart for Hawks Gaming. And that's sort of a weakness that Volibear has had, and we've talked about it before on different days. Of one of the things that limits Volibear is that he can only stun one target at a time. He does not pose a threat to more than one person at a time. While Set really can, you're running off jungle econ, so you're not going to have the same access to resistance stats that Set in the top lane or mid lane typically would. And that's sort of coming out here. Now, there is still... Dasher can still find value if he's able to get on to the members he wants, and if he has enough time to do it. I'm just... I'm struggling to see how he would even have that kind of time, but there's an arrow for you. Honey's going to be starting that one up. The volley's going to land, and Gango is going to be running the wrong way. If Tussle can find a face breaker on him, going to go for the dunk here. Might just be able to knock him down, as Dash is going to utilize the first part of his R to get over there, as Pooh on the other end of things is going to get a repeat performance from the Camille, and Armic trying to tank up the world here, but is not really tanking for anyone in particular. Gonna be a 1-for-1 ADC versus support there.
これはそうですね CGA からしてみれば、この時間帯こういうのダッシャー選手ですからアルティメットもう使い終わった後
And just another little kind of random skirmish there. CGA happy to be just kind of taking those wherever they please. Getting a couple kills onto either top or mid is a great way to get Arya up and going, and then set Nap up for later on as well. So Arrow goes down here. This was just sort of awkward. Dasher teleports in and he's able to get to the fight immediately, but they kind of left Pooh out to dry. He kind of got caught not able to follow his team, and Nap's able to pick him off on the other thing. Arya showed up till late to that party and even was able to walk away with a kill, so honestly you can't complain about that one if you're Arya. That was pretty much money left on the table. But it looks like potentially a bit of threat onto the bottom side here. Multiple members are rotating down. Unica is here and Grendel are here. But it will be Grendel face checking here. They're going to go all in onto him. Tussle doesn't even need to commit the dunk. Dasher just going to knock him down here. Armic can commit the ultimate to knock out the turret if they want, but knowing that, Nap's just going to back away in time.
素晴らしいですね。とにかくダッシャー選手、育っているダッシャー選手を使いながらサイドレーンのナップ選手、アリア選手を狙っていく動き、この動きを続けていく必要がありますね。おお、8470ゴールド。そうですね。
And CGA are just going to be pushing forward here. Gango blasting on that Lucian. He does have a decent amount of gold on him.
かなり並んでますね。そうですね。8500ゴールドですか。この時間帯のルシアン。はい。
I suppose, realistically, if you are going to play any ADC in this kind of a game, if it's not Lucian, it's Senna, but Lucian is easily, he's a very self-sufficient ADC. He has a dash for movement. He can get in and out. He can weave his way around fights very well. And if the fight gets a little bit beyond him, he can just throw out the culling and try to add that little extra damage tacked on there. But Arya might be finding himself a little bit of damage with Tussle there. That will be turret down on the bottom side there. If you are Hawks Gaming, grabbing up these Mountain Drakes is something that you'd be greatly looking forward to. And sort of the hard part for CGA is that none of these champions build a ton of resistances, so you're not getting that much value out of having multiple Mountain Drakes. Of course, you know, upping the resistances you get from base stats is always nice. It's less than ideal when you're not building any actual defensive items. Even Nap would most likely only be building a Sterix. You're not getting any armor or magic resist. Of course, Mountain Soul does make a pretty substantial difference, so it wouldn't be a bad option. Snap's gonna go all in onto Honey here. There's no support to save him, but Dasher can try to trade the kill back. Snap's gonna go golden. Dasher's waiting in the wings. A beautiful R over the wall. Gonna be followed by Gango, but he'll flash away to safety. And keeping things 1-for-1 so far. Hawks Gaming are just trying to keep pace, and it feels a little bit like they're struggling to keep pace because CGA always seem to be walking out and slowly eking out a gold lead. And not that if you were Hawks Gaming you could have predicted this kind of a draft, but this is sort of one of those games where I would have loved to have seen something like a Sejuani or any other of these any other carries here, but also Dasher going for the Akali again seems to be paying dividends. 4-0-2 on him, so perhaps this is what the rest of Hawks Gaming needs, and I'm a little worried every time I look at Hawks Gaming and I don't see any magic resist on their side. You can see Aramic is already going for a second armor item, just 0 magic resist to speak on, and that is a 2-0-2 Vladimir.
となると、明かりがなんとかしなければいけませんけど。
As well as a Lux that has been doing a decent amount of damage. Does go for Mikhail's first, so the damage really falls off from the Lux in that department. Q's gonna land his way onto Tussle. Tussle should be able to get out of this one with a flash dunk. God, the arrow comboed into it. Beautifully done from the side of Hawks Gaming. I like that execution to keep the trades 1-for-1. Right now, Gengo's probably gonna be getting sick of that one, as he always, it seems to be the one falling in these 1-for-1 trades. But right now, Hawks are trying to pressure up into the mid lane. They just can't get past the amount of lane clear that CGA has. I like the quick thinking from Tussle there to flash ult Gango when you recognize you're in a bad spot. It does end up netting them a kill, so honestly, good awareness from him. I just keep looking at this game and I keep thinking to myself, how are Hawks Gaming ever gonna find a clean fight win when there's just this many carries on their side? So Gango commits the culling. He tries to just go for a bit of harass. Beautiful flash R from Tussle. Ends up netting them a kill there, even after Lucian blows flash trying to get over the wall. The auto from Pooh finds his way.
あ、ミカエルでしたね。失礼しました。
そうです。まだ察しはできていませんが、ただグレンデルそうなるとかなり早かったですね。ミカエル。
I'm at such a loss on the side of Hawks Gaming as I'm trying to figure out exactly, you know, how these situations are set up. CGA are really scaling up to the point where they feel like they can take these fights at their leisure. The arrow's not going to find any real value there as Hawks is forced to back up towards their turret.
トップサイドのジャングルへ入っていったのはクレストゲーミングアクト。ここはノーデッド、お互いノーデッドです。
これ CGA の狙いとしては、本来だと
And for now, Hawks Gaming are just going to kind of reset here, take their time to just keep farming up these waves. The longer this game goes on, the more I feel like it's benefiting CGA, where we've talked before about how Volibear decays as a tank. He is not always going to be able to stand up, and right now he's going to be forced to stand up to Arya, who is going to force him away. There's still no magic resist on the bear. He is very liable to just getting blown apart by Arya. Gonna steal away the blue buff there. Well, and that might be the target here if Tussle can find his way onto him. Not gonna get over the wall in time though, so didn't quite have Hex Flash up to get over the wall and find a face breaker, but it's such an awkward position for Hawks Gaming where it's so hard to find an engage when your engage is basically throwing a crystal arrow onto someone. You're always going to hit a carry with it at least, but if CGA are grouped up, there's just 5 of them that you need to worry about. Mountain Drake coming up here in just 1, 2... Gonna be spawned up there. There's a Hex Flash over the wall. Tussle's gonna commit here, trying to pull Grendel around here, but the rest of the team is struggling a little bit to try and find value. Hemoblade going down, finds a couple members. Arya feeling emboldened is gonna find the kill on the support, while Honey's gonna be the next to go down. The re-engage from CGA is strong. Flash Q will burn down Tussle in the jungle, and that's gonna be their cue to move over to the Baron. That just felt like a botched engage from Tussle. He went all in onto Grendel, which was just The rest of his team does not have X-Flash. They are not following that play up in any realistic fashion. Well, Dasher wasn't even really able to do much as well. They will trade a Mountain Drake over for it, so Soul Point over to Hawks Gaming. Not a bad deal, but you're going to have to fight past this Baron. And when Honey is really your only lane clear, it's going to be a big ask. And if CGA can properly harass them while they're pushing this in, we'll see what happens. So yeah, and Tussle, I think, just got a little bit over-eager. The rest of his team were just not on the same page for this one. Arrow lands, but by the time all that CC is cleared, Hawks Gaming only just now got into range, and they took so much damage just trying to get there. So that's going to be CGA picking up that round, or that team fight there, and finding themselves now at just about a 5k goalie, 4.5k. Fine position to be in for CGA as they're just going to march up the mid lane here. Going to grab up that mid lane turret and all the gold that it brings with it. CGA have a massive wave in this mid lane right now to just push in. Another wave on its way already. They might just look to try and shove in this bot lane as well, as it looks like the call to rotate over is being made. A minute 30 to weather this storm for Hawks Gaming. This is not looking that good for them. I'm a little bit curious to see how Hawks Gaming mount a proper defense here. As right now, it just feels like if CGA are grouped up, there's just too many threats to worry about that Hawks Gaming's comp can't quite deal with. Any one-off they can definitely find the value in, and right now it's just Dasher has way too many targets. Honey does on Ash just does not do damage fast enough to knock them all down. And now with two Baron empowered waves coming in here, they're onto the Nexus turrets. That's going to be the first one going down fairly quickly. As the culling is ringing out, just trying to find a little bit of damage, but ultimately just zoning them away. There goes the flash. Tussle's going for it once again. As the Armic is going to be following him in this time, but the Hemo Plague is on the other members. Arya and the top laner are just going all at it here. Honey should be able to zone him away with the Hugify, keeping him safe for now. While on the bottom end of this map, CGA are going to be routed a little bit here. 2-1 on the kill feed as Nap is a little bit in Dasher's face there. Flashes over the wall to get that kill. I'm not entirely sure how Dasher ended up over the wall there, but either way, that is just going to be Hawks Gaming holding on for dear life. As their Nexus is exposed, 2 inhibitors down, so we'll watch this one more time. Arya goes for the hero play to try and knock down Honey and Pooh on the backside, but he can't quite solo them out. And Dasher kind of comes in around. He gets bought so much space to go onto Unica and then just rotate over, finds Grendel. Can't get quite back into this fight as reliably as he would like, so Aramic does go down for it. But as the smoke clears and the fight is getting resolved, Hawks Gaming come out on top. And with Dasher 6-0-2, he's been able to pick up a lot of the stray kills here, and he needs all the extra gold he can get because CGA are only getting stronger and only becoming more of a threat to him. If he's not able to knock down targets fast enough. CGA pushing in once again. Mountain Drake is coming up, and top lane is going to be pushing against Hawks Gaming. So Tussle's going to make the call to get things started off here. Facebreaker, not even going to have time for the Haymaker. He's just going to go down, flash forward with the Hemo Plague. Hugify is going to go down, but I don't even know if it's going to save Honey. So he will be alright for now. Arya's going to go very low. Going to pop a second Zanya's as Hawks Gaming are forced back into their base. This is going to be CGA taking home the series. This is going to be CGA. 3-1 is the set count, but CGA find the win in the end. Crest Gaming actually going to be moving on, going to be sending Hawks Gaming home, and a good, honestly, great stuff to them overall.
いう印象ありましたね。特にそのしっかりとドラフト通りの狙いですよね。序盤強いチャンピオンで。
So we'll take a brief break before we get into our next match. I will see if I can make it for this extra best of 5. It's really starting to hit me how long of a day it has been for me already, so I will try to come back for this one. Either way, though, for now, good stuff to CGA. I know I've had different things muted at different points because it has just been not a great show for me overall. I do apologize that production is sort of falling apart here. It's been a long week. It's been a lot of really awkward sleep schedules from the last weekend and going into this weekend and trying to fix all of that. But for now, I'm going to be taking a quick break. I'm going to try to rest my voice and hopefully we'll be back for the next best of 5, but I will let you guys